We want to leave you with this food for thought. President Biden can expect to be talking to millions of Americans tonight. Last year, the audience for his first State of the Union address was well over 38 million. Pretty good numbers, but they probably won't touch Sunday's Super Bowl, which drew 3 times that number last year. About 100 million people watched the Super Bowl. Maybe the president should think about adding State of the Union commercials, or at least wings and guacamole. Perhaps that would make Congress a little happier. We are almost ready to begin our special coverage of the President's State of the Union address. In just minutes, our political team will bring you straightforward, fair, and accurate reporting, so we invite you to stay with Scripps News. And I want to thank you for joining us. Scripps News Reports is next, but as we go, the Capitol Dome, it is a symbol of so much, and so much promise and sometimes so much pain. But the pomp and circumstance will begin in just a few minutes when they announce Mr. Speaker, the President of the United States. We'll see you shortly.
Now on Scripps News, President Biden's State of the Union address as the job market shows signs of recovery, but everyday goods are still costing us more.
Either I can't pay my mortgage or I can't buy groceries.
And the fate of a COVID-era immigration policy sits in the hands of the Supreme Court.
We cannot band-aid this problem or pretend to.
Plus, global threats, from Russia's latest attacks on Ukraine to a suspected spy balloon from China. Tonight, we shine a light on issues that matter to you. This is a Scripps News Special Report. Now, Chance Seals and Del Waters live from our nation's capital.
Good evening. It is that time. Del Walters, good to be with you. I hear the bells ringing. You know what that means. About an hour from now, President Biden is going to be entering the House chamber and delivering his State of the Union address. Number one message we're told, we were reading all the things coming across from the White House, is that he wants to roll out his successes, underscore them, and have the nation, as he sees it, see the same thing. So the challenges are real, he says, but also be optimistic. Things are improving.
Yeah, there's the plummet circumstance, but then there's the fact that for the first time he will be addressing a divided Congress. Yeah. So we are used to seeing Nancy Pelosi behind him, but this time it will be House Speaker Kevin McCarthy over his shoulder. Scripps News, by the way, is the place to be tonight because we have more than a dozen reporters on tap. They are spread out across the country. Our coverage, by the way, is designed to be different. Our reporters live and work in the towns and cities that they cover, and we pride ourselves on bringing you a diverse set of viewpoints, a commitment that we are leaning into tonight.
We do it every day, but especially on days like this, it really matters to be out there and hearing from real Americans. So you're going to hear from the president, what he has to say to the country. He's going to say we've navigated the worst of the pandemic and the economic pain as well. And he's going to talk about America's standing in the world, saying he has rebuilt global alliances and helped Ukraine withstand Russia's continued invasion.
Somehow I get the feeling we will hear balloon and China as well tonight. By the way, the president is 80 years old. He will be the oldest president ever to deliver a State of the Union address. We are not, by the way, not expecting the president to declare that he will be running for re-election in 2024. Aides, though, do say that will come as soon as next month.
You were talking about ratings. That might get some ratings.
That actually might get some ratings, to tell you the truth. Our Scripps News correspondents, as you can see, spread out across the country. They are dedicated to bringing you the straightforward, fact-based reporting tonight. And every night, by the way. Our congressional correspondent, Nathaniel Reed, is on Capitol Hill. Our White House correspondent, Haley Bull, is at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. And we also have our national correspondent, John Moan, in Brownsville, Texas, who will focus on immigration. But we're going to begin with our national correspondent, Clayton Sandell, who is in Denver, to set the table for tonight's address. Clayton?
Hey, good evening, Del. Good evening, Chance. Yeah, it is a national tradition, and tonight the president has no shortage of pressing topics to address: immigration, tensions with Russia, the war in Ukraine, tensions with China, and topping it all off, of course, pessimism over the economy. And through it all, President Biden will seek to reassure Americans, and tonight he will call on Republicans to work with him to, in his words, restore the soul of a nation and unite the country.
I want to talk to the American people and let them know the state of affairs.
When President Joe Biden delivers tonight's State of the Union, he'll address a Congress and country divided.
The political stakes for all sides are very high.
The president takes the podium for the first time since Republicans snagged a narrow majority in the House of Representatives, launching investigations into everything from Biden's handling of immigration to classified documents.
I take classified documents and classified material seriously.
Tonight's address is also the first since the right to abortion was overturned by the Supreme Court. Those justices may be listening in tonight's audience.
This is a monumental day.
At a time when only a quarter of Americans polled believe the country is on the right track, the president will remind Americans of his victories: new gun safety laws, the infrastructure bill, and the economy.
We learned this morning that the economy has created 517,000 jobs just last month.
Biden's speech will also highlight what he calls his unity agenda, including a crackdown on fentanyl drug traffickers, expanded mental health care and services for veterans, and accelerating cancer research. The president is also expected to tackle controversial topics like police reform. Tonight's invited guests include the parents of Tyree Nichols, who died after a beating by Memphis police.
The State of the Union is strong because you, the American people, are strong.
Ahead of 2024, the speech is also a chance for Biden to make his case for a second term. A vast majority of adults polled, including most Democrats, do not want him to run.
One of the issues that people have is he's the oldest president we've had, and how does he do just in this setting? He's got to show command of this podium. That's the most important thing he can do in terms of his presidential potential run.
Biden is also expected to call on Republicans to raise the debt ceiling to avoid economic downturn. Republicans want spending cuts first.
We could have reckless spending, or we could have responsibility. We cannot have both.
The night may also bring a side of political theater
that would put them in a flag-draped coffin. I know.
13.
At last year's speech, Colorado Republican Lauren Boebert shouted at Biden over U.S. troops killed in Afghanistan. And in 2020, then Speaker Nancy Pelosi literally ripping into President Trump's speech.
So these examples are out there, and it'll be interesting to see if there is a sort of return to some civility or an escalation again of these kinds of outbursts against the president.
Following tonight's State of the Union speech, President Biden and members of his cabinet will visit at least 20 states on what the White House calls an economic travel blitz, highlighting the president's work to right the economy. But that trip may also be a preview of his own political future going into the 2024 presidential race. Del?
Clayton, after watching that package, safe to say there is never a dull moment on Capitol Hill. Clayton Sandell getting us started tonight, so let's bring in some of our other correspondents. John Moan is in Texas tonight, along with our White House correspondent Haley Bull and our congressional correspondent Nate Reed.
Let's get to Nate. You've been on Capitol Hill with us for years now at this point, Nate. You know the score, what people say in public versus what they say in private, which can be very different things. What is the mood? What's the expectation tonight?
Well, it's an extremely different, and it's a dichotomy between Democrats and Republicans. They really are viewing different things and are coming into this speech with different points of view. House Republicans and Senate Republicans largely upset over the Biden administration's handling of the border, of the China balloon crisis, of questions over lowering costs for American families and inflation. Those are all areas where Republicans are upset with President Biden. Democrats, though, are going to be coming to the speech looking for the president to tout their successes in Washington over the past 2 years when Democrats had control of the House, the Senate, and the White House. And so, therefore, this next couple of years is not going to be as productive as this past 2 years was, or it's at least not expected to be. Senator Jackie Rosen told me earlier that she's looking for President Biden to tout some of those policy wins in his speech tonight. Let's listen.
Well, I'm hoping to hear the president talk about the historic legislation, bipartisan legislation for the most part, that we did in the last few years. The Bipartisan Infrastructure and Jobs Act. I can tell you in my state of Nevada, we are building out our airports up and down the state, investing in broadband all across the state, upgrading our roads and bridges.
And it's expected that President Biden will address some of those Democratic wins from the last 2 years. It's worth noting there were some bipartisan wins in the last 2 years. He's also going to make a plea to reach across the aisle to Republicans in the House of Representatives who might be willing to work with him. But it's fair to say many of them are skeptical to do so.
Nate Reed for us on Capitol Hill. Nate, thank you very much. You see the countdown clock, by the way, in the corner, 52 minutes to go. Haley Bull is at the White House. Haley, do we know what type of vision the president plans to set out for the next coming year?
Del, it's an optimistic one. The White House has said that's the type of person that the president is, so expect him to share that optimistic tone in talking about a vision, wanting to build on the progress from the past 2 years of his administration that he'll highlight in tonight's State of the Union, while at the same time acknowledging that there is still more work to do. A big focus of that is, of course, on economic growth, lowering costs for families, and implementing, as you heard Nate talk about there, his landmark legislation, which dealt with things like healthcare costs, manufacturing, and infrastructure. He's expected to explain his economic plan really boils down to job growth, calling it a, quote, blue-collar blueprint. And he'll likely frame this economic strategy as one of fiscal responsibility, which, of course, stands in contrast to the criticisms of the administration we have heard from some Republicans. But at the same time, he will call for reaching across the aisle, finding common ground to working together, going back to a theme we heard about when he first ran for president to, quote, restore the soul of the nation, Del.
Regardless of party, that framing blue-collar blueprint, that tends to work pretty well. You know, blue-collar, there's a touchstone. And as a native Missourian, I'm about to say my favorite words. Let's get out of D.C. right now for a moment, please, and let's go to John Moan on the border. He is in Brownsville, Texas. John, we know millions of migrants have shown up at the border over the last few years. About 600,000 migrants crossed the border in the past 2 years, were released into the U.S., no court date. So people have said really no plan. Is it appropriate tonight for President Biden to characterize this? Not if it's strategic for himself politically, but is it appropriate for him to talk about this as a crisis?
I mean, it all depends on who you ask and what the crisis is. We expect the president to talk about immigration, to talk about his trip to El Paso that happened in January, where he visited, Customs and Border Protection's inspections for drug interdictions. And he also visited local NGOs that help people seeking asylum. The president very eager and the vice president very eager to talk about their efforts to stabilize the countries. A lot of those people are coming from places like the Northern Triangle, whether that's Honduras, Guatemala, El Salvador, now Nicaragua to a large degree, to invest in those countries in which to promote a stable environment so people aren't leaving. But many of these people fleeing for their lives. So the crisis for them is they're very much afraid of going back home. They view the perilous trip up to the United States as the crisis itself and the United States as refuge. So it all depends on who you ask.
Haley Bull at the White House. After the president's first year in office, his team diagnosed part of his problem, and he himself also as not getting out enough. He said, I'm going to be out there talking to Americans. And now we're hearing his team is going on, a 20-city tour. What's the main thing he's wanting to brag about?
Yeah, well, they call this a blitz, and what he's wanting to brag about really comes down to what they view as economic progress and the impact from his landmark legislation. They want to talk to people about this plan in action. So that's talking about how it's impacted job growth, bringing manufacturing to the U.S., fixing infrastructure, and that really ties into his big picture economic policy, which you've heard the White House repeatedly say is about growing the economy from the bottom up, middle out. And the White House officials say, though, they expect those provisions to start taking effect and in this coming year for families to really start feeling the impact of this landmark legislation. But keep in mind, him traveling the country to tout this really isn't anything new. We have seen him do this since well ahead of the midterms, Chance.
And Nate, on Capitol Hill, it's safe to say a lot of Republicans don't share the president's views. And one of the problems he is having is the polls. He believes that he is doing a good job. The polls don't seem to indicate that is the case. Are his words going to fall on deaf ears? And you've been talking to people. Or are there going to be some issues that they can see eye to eye on?
Look, I think Republicans, for the most part, don't think that President Biden is doing enough on the southern border, for example. There is going to be points during the speech where Republicans are just not going to share the reality that Democrats see for this country and do not agree with Democrats in several key areas. It's worth noting, though, one area where Democrats and Republicans have recently been seeing eye to eye is negotiations over the debt ceiling, not necessarily what can be done to cut spending, but the agreement that Democrats and Republicans have no desire to cut Medicare or Social Security in these negotiations over government spending. Here's Senator Rick Scott.
Go through the budget. Find the things that are nice to have, but we don't need. We have to make sure we do everything to preserve the benefits for Medicare and Social Security. But what are the wasteful things that we don't need, or things that, just like you do a budget, what would you like to have, but you can't have right now? I mean, that's just the way it works.
Cuts to Medicare and Social Security, though, to solve the debt ceiling crisis, off the table?
Yeah, they're off the table, and you don't have to do that. People paid into those programs.
And what's interesting is the White House has been pushing that argument that Republicans want to cut Social Security and Medicare. Every Republican member of Congress I spoke with tonight says they're not interested in that, including Rick Scott. So it's going to be interesting to see what Republicans take away from President Biden tonight and his discussion, which we can assume he will discuss the debt ceiling.
Nate Reed on Capitol Hill, Haley Bull at the White House, John Moe near the southern border, Clayton Sandell in Denver. Thanks to all of you. We will be running back to you throughout the evening as the opportunity arises. We were laughing, by the way, because when you said that you wanted to, you're from Missouri, the Show Me State, and as soon as you said it, the helicopter started to come over, and I thought, well, they're coming to get you, to tell you the truth.
For what? Am I being extricated? I don't think so.
You never know.
Okay, no, let's introduce somebody here. Scripps News political director Andrew Rafferty. So, Andrew, the president really is trying to direct the country tonight, but also reflect the country in some ways. What is the mood of the country?
Well, I think there's tremendous anxiety, and it's for all those issues that we just laid out, starting with the economy. And this is something that this White House really has not been able to get its head around. The idea that job growth is good, unemployment is low, all these economic indicators are seemingly positive, but there still is tremendous anxiety, and there still is this feeling overall in the American public that a lot of people think a recession is on the way. And whether or not it is, we'll see. But I think a big part of tonight's speech is going to be trying to reconcile, and you see it on the screen right now, in between what Americans expect the economy to be next year. See, 38% expect us to be in a recession, 24% slowing. You add that together, it's a majority of the country has a very dire economic outlook right now, and that's something that we expect the president to take head on tonight.
Andrew, this is a frustrated White House. Sometimes I hear them joke that they feel like they are Rodney Dangerfield. They just don't get no respect. How exactly is this president faring with the public?
Well, his approval rating's really in the low 40s, and that's really where it has been for a majority of his presidency. If you go back to really the summer of 2021, you think about what was going on then, the withdrawal from Afghanistan. I think we see the motorcade behind us heading to the Capitol right now. The excitement is growing, and so this is an opportunity. You know, we saw the president's numbers went up a little bit after the midterms, after Democrats overperformed, kind of went back down when you get the classified documents. To your point, they just feel like they can't get a break. Anytime you get a good headline, there's something that can't contradict it. They're really hoping tonight for a fresh start.
Yeah, our political director, Andrew Rafferty, he's right. 44 minutes to go, the motorcade start to come. And I always tell people that the pomp and circumstance is something that a lot of people take for granted. You know, if you're joining us, by the way, this time tonight, we want to tell you that we're going to try and make a difference with our coverage. We aim to be straightforward. We're here available, by the way, for free. Did I say free? 24 hours a day, 24 days a week. You know, 7 days a week, 24 hours a day with our streaming devices and over the air.
Long johns and all, we'll be out here.
Yeah, we are freezing out here to tell you the truth.
You should know, we have reporters, producers in nearly 60 cities across the country living, working those communities every day. Their kids go to those schools. The issues that are important to you, important to them. So we're going to be doing that tonight, checking the pulse of America. So let's start in Florida.
For Saunders in Tallahassee, it's no secret that Republicans here at the state capitol have got a big issue with the Biden administration. So you have to expect that they're not going to be asking for a lot from the president. But if there was one big topic that they'd like to continue to criticize him on, it's going to be immigration. So they'd like to see potentially more work on the southern border. In fact, Governor Ron DeSantis has made immigration one of his top priorities. He is currently in litigation over a program deporting migrants from the southern Texas border all the way up to Martha's Vineyard. That happened last year. But then you have the other party, the minority party here in the state of Florida. Democrats do want more national abortion protections from the Biden administration. They would like to see some kind of guarantee from the federal government that states like Florida won't be able to go further than where we are currently, which is a 15-week ban without exception for rape, incest, or human trafficking. And there is talk of potentially a 12-week ban here in Florida, maybe a 6-week ban. So those are some protections that they'd like to see guaranteed from the White House. Out here at the Capitol, I'm Forrest Saunders, Scripps News, Tallahassee.
I'm Lindsay Pena in San Diego, where we're at a local grocery store today. Food prices and inflation are top of mind for so many people here, but so is the housing market and the lack of affordable housing here in San Diego. We did speak with a local real estate agent today who told us that in general, the market here is still in good shape because it is such a desirable place to buy. But he did say that while that is the case, the amount of affordable homes between $400,000 and $800,000 here is very low, and that has made for such a competitive market for people that want to realize that American dream and would like to buy some property. So a lot of people here in this area just hoping to get some relief when it comes to inflation and when it comes to the housing market and interest rates. Lindsay Pena, Scripps News, San Diego.
I'm Tony Kowaleski at Colorado State Capitol here in Denver. The question, what are the people of Colorado looking for in the State of the Union? Well, like the rest of the country, certainly the economy, gas prices, the debt ceiling, and any possible recession later this year. But in addition, people here in Denver also very concerned about the immigration issue. In the past several months, hundreds of immigrants have been bussed in to the state capitol and throughout the state. And then finally, Colorado Congresswoman Lauren Boebert. How will she react tonight? Will she heckle the president like she did last year, or will she sit back and watch? The state of Colorado will be watching. At the state capitol in Denver, I'm Tony Kowaleski, Scripps News.
Here in Salt Lake City, the Utah State Legislature is underway. This reliably red state is often at odds with the Biden administration on a number of matters. The Republican House Speaker says this time he's disagreeing with the president on energy policy. He says the president is forcing renewables onto everyone, and that's putting Utahns in jeopardy. He says there's a right way to lean into renewables, but the president is going about it in the wrong way. Ben Winslow, Scripps News, Salt Lake City.
I'm Jack Watson in Baltimore. Money is on everyone's mind. Marylanders will be hoping to hear more about President Biden's plans to bring inflation under control, especially drivers in Maryland who are seeing gas prices increase about 40 cents from 1 month ago. And of course, after another violent year in Baltimore City, Marylanders will be hoping to hear more about President Biden's plans to make our communities safer. Jack Watson, Scripps News, Baltimore.
Fascinating perspectives from around the country. When we come back, by the way, we are going to take a look at some of those pressing issues that affect us all. Stay with us.
Free shipping.
Welcome back to Scripps News Special coverage of the 2023 State of the Union Address. Tonight, the president will speak about America's most pressing concerns, his aspirations for the country as well, and the road ahead. Only time will tell what will actually come to pass, of course. There is a sharply divided Congress that serves as his red light or green light, a true test of his ability to just govern.
Yeah, we've got a team of correspondents across the country, and they will be with us throughout the night to give us their straightforward analysis. Our politics correspondent, Alex Miller, is with us right now, and our national correspondent, Joe St. George, is in our D.C. newsroom, and our justice correspondent, Jamal Andrus, is in Dallas, and our national correspondent, Axel Tercios, is in New York City. So, Joe, We start with you.
Strengthening the economy. That is America's #1 priority in the new Pew survey that just came out. 75% of the people who responded said economy #1, Joe. For President Biden, he's talking about that. How's he doing?
I think, guys, it depends on who you ask. If you ask the White House tonight, President Biden and his top staff will say the economy is doing pretty well. We're going to hear a number tonight, 3.4%. We're going to hear a year tonight as well, 1969. The unemployment rate in this country has not been this low since then. The president will reiterate that in his State of the Union address. We're also going to hear this number. 12 million jobs. That's how many jobs have been created in the Biden administration. But you guys know this. We here at Scripps News, we're not stenographers. There's another side to this economy. Go down an egg aisle in a grocery store in Cleveland, Ohio, or Detroit, Michigan, and you'll feel that people are frustrated with this economy still. Inflation is getting better, but as we've reiterated throughout the night with our coverage, it's still high by historical norms. There have been 8 interest rates hikes since the president last addressed Congress. Americans are feeling that with their credit cards and with mortgages. 3/4 of the country believe the country's on the wrong track. The president knows this is a chance to hit the reset button with the economy this evening, a big issue impacting all of us.
Yeah, when you see the 5% mortgage rate, it's kind of like, that's nice, but 2% recently, it doesn't feel quite as great. So yeah, it's everyday issues. So Alex Miller, will the president talk about abortion tonight? Because in the last year, that's been one of the largest issues. Is he going to be very vocal on it? Does he have a say?
Well, I think he thinks that he has somewhat of a say. We've seen the administration put forward some memorandums, nothing with a lot of teeth, though. He's really directed more at the DOJ and HHS to try to get them to put in some rules. That's really where he has a lot more power. But we don't really know what he's going to say. They've put forward a lot of guidance today on what we're going to hear from him. Noticeably absent was the topic of abortion. We do know, though, that the First Lady is going to be sitting with a woman from Texas who almost died having her pregnancy at 18 weeks because they denied her medical care because of Texas's abortion laws. So because of that, you can kind of glean that we might hear from them. But the reality is that right now, this is a state issue. You've got a divided government, and there's not a lot that they can really do in Congress because Republicans are obviously not going to support any of this legislation or bring it up for a vote. That being said, there are a number of issues that we're going to see across the country going through the court systems, particularly, I think, about medication abortion. And this is really where we could see the federal government step in we've seen these states challenging FDA rules and whether states have the power over FDA rules or whether it's the federal government.
We all remember the phrase, "Put the George Floyd Policing Act on my desk" on the anniversary of his death. It didn't happen. Let's go to Jamal Andrews right now. Jamal, the president wants to pass policing reform, insisting that something be done. He invited Tyree Nichols, his family, to attend this evening. Any signs, though, that this will move forward?
Yeah, Dale. Well, this has been a long time coming. The George Floyd Justice and Policing Act was passed by the House in March of 2021, ultimately stalled in the Senate, and then both sides kind of agreed that they couldn't move forward in September of 2021. But over the last several days, you've seen a lot of activity surrounding this legislation. Along with President Biden, we've heard from Tim Scott, Lindsey Graham, Cory Booker, Dick Durbin, all saying they're willing to come back to the table to discuss this without explaining exactly where they are going to find that always elusive compromise to ultimately get this done. You'll remember the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act has a lot of provisions. Some of the bigger ones, some of the more controversial ones are ending qualified immunity, changing the standard for prosecuting officers from willful to reckless, which would make it easier to prosecute police officers in a court of law, and creating a national police misconduct registry. In theory, that would prevent those bad actor officers from going from one department to another without having their background come up.
And Axel Tercios, you're in New York City, where the mayor has acknowledged this feeling of discomfort and concern in many areas about things like security. The president has said many times, we got to do something about guns. Years saying, let's pass that assault weapons ban that he was an architect of in the 90s, but hasn't happened. We also know most homicides, they're carried out with handguns, not assault-style weapons. Does his plan address that? And just want to acknowledge that we are seeing President Biden exit the White House. He's going to come down Pennsylvania Avenue about 1 mile in just a moment here, so we got our eyes and ears on that. But Axel, on guns, what is the president's plan?
Well, Chance, the president's plan does not address that, but I think the President Biden tonight has the data, has the information, and many of the surveys that are saying, especially one from the American Psychological Association, saying that 1/3 of U.S. adults in the United States fear of mass shootings, and because of that, they don't attend public events. And just a week ago, right ahead of the State of the Union address tonight, a coalition of more than 100 groups of gun safety groups sent a letter to President Biden pushing him to create more policies addressing this issue with handguns beyond his constant pleas on Congress to ban assault rifles. Tonight, we're expecting to hear from President Biden, continue to pressure Congress, and possibly to back his proposal on banning assault rifles. Chance.
Yeah, and you got some hot buttons, policing, guns, the president leaving the White House. We're going to talk about abortion in a second, but you have something new?
Yeah, I was just going to say, we saw the image of the president leaving the White House. The motorcade will be coming up Pennsylvania Avenue in just a second.
I got my eyes over here, yeah.
He was asked, what is the State of the Union? His answer, great shape. The president, very short and sweet. I guess he's saving the best for last, but you can see everybody is making their way up to Capitol Hill right now.
You think brevity is the order of the night?
Oh, yeah. I've been through so many of these, it's not even funny. And some of them, you sit there. I actually fell asleep in one, but I was home at the time.
Okay, I feel like every year, though, you see one of the 535 fall asleep.
Yeah, Bill Clinton was not known for his brevity, I'll put it that way.
No, so let's see. Last year, President Biden went over the 1 hour mark. Let's see what he does tonight. But, Alex, wanted to get back to abortion because this actually was more of a galvanizing issue in the midterms than many people expected and more than the polls had suggested ahead of time. Something like a 15-week abortion ban. If you look at the average American, they're on board with that. Is that something Democrats would compromise on?
You know, I think there's a lot of criticism from Democrats. First of all, Democrats are all over the place on this issue. I mean, most of them are pro-choice, but after that, where they fall is
like
really all over the place. And there's a lot of criticism about the government deciding when a life begins, and I think it would be difficult to get everybody to necessarily agree on one topic. I think that if they could move the needle at all, I think a lot of Democrats would jump at the chance to be able to do that. However, I think that opinions are so strong and things are so heated in those ways. This upcoming year, I think we're seeing.
It's not monolithic. I mean, you had Nancy Mace from South Carolina coming out and saying, hey, whoa, pull the brakes on the Republican side. So you're right. 15 weeks seems to be the middle ground, but you wonder.
But even she has a new piece of legislation out that would start a database that is getting a lot of criticism because.
Database?
Yes. Basically, it would be through the Department of Health and Human Services. And in this database, it would be to reach out to women about pregnancy-related issues.
Vice President Kamala Harris walking in, by the way.
Yeah, Mitch McConnell behind her and Chuck Schumer, John Thune.
Let's see if we can hear them talk. I love to hear them talk.
Yeah. People have been waiting in line all day to get.
Excellent. And it is an indication that I was saying, I also like the fact this is one time a year that Congress and the White House and everybody appears to get along. And the truth of the matter is, everybody does get along. It's just sometimes the posturing for cameras is a little more polarizing than people might think.
Yeah, behind the scenes, you tend to get along. Yeah. And you can't help but notice, we hear the president's going to be talking about unity, reaching across the aisle. Vice President Kamala Harris wearing all red. You know, things like that matter on nights like these. People notice. So, all right, let's take a very quick break. We had Axel Tercios, Alex Miller, Jamal Andrews, Joe St. George. We appreciate it. We're going to check back in a bit, but right now, a quick break. Then we're right back to the Capitol.
Our special coverage of the 2023 State of the Union address continues at this hour. The president will be making his speech on the progress his administration has made, also the changes that need to be made in America. Chance just moments ago pointing out that the vice president there is wearing red, perhaps an indication that they wish to reach across the aisle. Our team at Scripps News, by the way, breaking down the most important issues of our nation.
We have congressional correspondent Nathaniel Reed in the building, national security correspondent Sasha Ingber, political director Andrew Rafferty, and White House correspondent Haley Bull all joining us live right now. Haley, let's start with you. The president has left where you are. He is now coming up the road behind us. Last year, he spoke for about an hour or so. Bill Clinton started the hour-plus tradition here, so they sometimes go beyond that. Any idea what he's going to say tonight?
Well, leaving the White House just minutes ago, he said he was feeling good and that the State of the Union was, quote, great. But when we look at his address tonight, he's expected to talk about the progress for the country and under his administration, both looking back at the 2 years of his administration and the work they can do ahead. Now, we are getting excerpts of his speech tonight, which talk about progress on the fronts of democracy, saying it's unbroken, pandemic recovery, saying it doesn't control lives anymore, and job growth. The president will talk about his economic plan heavily, and I want to read one of those excerpts for you. He's expected to say, quote, I get it. That's why we're building an economy where no one is left behind. Jobs are coming back. Pride is coming back because of the choices we made in the last 2 years. This is a blue-collar blueprint to rebuild America and make a real difference in your lives. He's also expected to tell Congress there's no reason they can't work together. Now, the White House says that the president is heavily engaged in his speeches in the speech writing process, and to expect this to sound like a, quote, Joe Biden State of the Union speech.
All right, everyone's getting assembled in the gallery and down on the floor. We see just about every member of the House and Senate in there now. We are awaiting the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and when they start introducing them, we'll go there live. But right now, Nate, let's get to you. We're talking so much about what President Biden, a Democrat, is going to say tonight. Republicans have their own thoughts. They have their own message. Do we know what Sarah Huckabee Sanders is going to say?
Yeah, and it's actually not the only Republican response. There's Sarah Huckabee Sanders, who's going to deliver this address where she says everything from that our children are being taught to hate one another on account of their race and not to love our great country. She's also going to focus on how the Biden administration, in her view, seems more interested in woke fantasies than the hard reality Americans face every day. They're also going to touch on big tech during that speech and how they feel that is hurting Americans. But what's interesting is Sarah Huckabee Sanders, the Republican governor of Arkansas, isn't going to be the only Republican response tonight. For the first time in a while, there's going to be a Republican response in Spanish as well. That's from Juan Ciscomani. He's the new Republican representative from Arizona, first-term representative, who's going to talk more about kitchen table issues, if you will. He's going to talk about how President Biden and his administration continue to push policies that hurt our families. He's going to say that we need a government that's accountable to his citizens. And one of the most interesting lines that Juan Ciscomani is going to deliver later tonight in Spanish is that he believes the state of our union is strong because the people are strong, but with the important caveat that he believes we can overcome any obstacle and our best days lie ahead. So Republicans giving those two responses, one in English, one in Spanish. The Spanish-speaking one, based on the excerpts that we've seen so far from that speech, appears to be a little bit more forward-looking in terms of upcoming everything from elections to just the way in which this country can function without President Biden at the lead. But at the same time, there are those two responses, Republicans looking to cast a vastly different light on the nation and on our nation's progress than Republicans are.
Sasha Ingber, our nation has danced back and forth as we see the members of Congress continue to file in. I believe that is Bono from U2 with Paul Pelosi wearing the hat. So that is an interesting guest. I'm sure that he will be the guest of the House Speaker Emeritus, Nancy Pelosi. But Sasha, as we watch the members file in, one of the questions that is always asked is, should America care about national security, and why should it? Your answer.
Well, Del, I think that seeing this Chinese spy balloon was really eye-opening to many Americans. We don't really have the feeling of foreign surveillance every day, but the fact is that it does happen every day. It happens to American businesses, to universities across the country, and it also happens online. Power Grid we have seen the vulnerabilities to attack there. And then there's the foreign disinformation from countries like Russia, as we've seen in the past, that have created and amplified these narratives that have divided our communities, even sometimes divided us from our family members. So even though national security sounds pretty vague and it might not seem like it's directly connected to your life, you might not know all of the linkage pieces here, it truly can affect you.
So on the screen right now, we are seeing Matt Gaetz. We saw Lauren Boebert, and then looked like George Santos.
It was George Santos, right.
Sans glasses, so he's in there tonight. Andrew Rafferty, I cannot help but notice that the Vice President Kamala Harris and the new House Speaker Kevin McCarthy are smiling. They're talking to each other. It seems like they're being kind of friendly with each other. And if tonight's about a coming together, you know, unity, how many times have we said that? That kind of says some nonverbals. So what can realistically be accomplished tonight? Because most Americans tuning in, they're not wearing $2,000 suits, and they are not living in fancy homes. They're living in their homes with their problems. What can be accomplished?
Yeah, well, I think there's a couple of things. I think one thing to keep in mind is that even the most generous estimates of what is said in this State of the Union versus what is actually done show that it's really a small percentage of what gets called upon that actually comes into fruition. And so that's part of it. But I think for Joe Biden, number one, it's to be able to thread that needle to understand that it is not only the fact that he feels like the economy is going in the right direction, but also sympathizing with the many Americans who aren't feeling that, who are going to the grocery store, filling up their car, who have a very different reality than what the Department of Labor statistics is showing on the screen or what their reports say. So that's part of it. Another part of it, too, is this isn't just about policy tonight. This is about Joe Biden, too. And so he needs to remind, we know most Democrats are going to be watching tonight, or most of the audience is going to be Democrats. That is just historically, the Republicans watch a Republican president, Democrats watch a Democrat. Joe Biden is falling in his support among Democratic voters. Not only between that, but just thinking about running again.
Only 30% or so want him to run again?
Yeah, it might even be lower than that based on what numbers you're looking at, but it's driven a lot by younger voters. And so you can imagine that there's going to be some nuggets that are really aimed toward the 18 to 30-year-old crowd, whether it's student loans, housing affordability, paid parental leave, things like that, things that are really important to younger Americans who feel like they are never going to reach the same level of success that their parents have.
And that has actually frustrated the Democrats because they can't figure out why with the bills that they are passing. We're looking at General Mark Milley there, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, an indication that the Defense Department has now entered the House. But that being said, who is going to be the primary audience tonight? Will it be Joe from Scranton, who we know, or the latte liberals, as they are described, in San Francisco?
Yeah, well, the reason this speech is so difficult is that it has to be both.
Yeah.
And you have to have the appeal to both parts of the country. You have to go, as we talked about, maybe this is a nod to bipartisanship with Kamala Harris wearing the red here. Certainly she'll be asked about that after the speech at some point. But Joe Biden's going to have to figure a way to thread the needle. And we talked about the quote-unquote unity agenda. That's not controversial. It's solving cancer. It's doing some things that both sides agree on.
The joint session will come to order. The chair appoints as members of the committee on the part of the House to escort the President of the United States into the chamber: the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Scalise; the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Emmer; the gentlewoman from New York, Mrs. Stefanik; the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Hudson; the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Palmer; the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Johnson; the gentlewoman from Oregon, Mrs. Chavez DeRemer; the gentlewoman from Virginia, Mrs. Kiggins; the gentleman from New York, Mr. Jeffries; the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Clark; the gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar; the gentleman from California, Mr. Liu; the gentlewoman from Washington, Del Bene; the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Clyburn; the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Neguse; and the gentlewoman from California, Mrs. Chu.
The President of the Senate, at the direction of that body, appoints the following senators as members of the committee on the part of the Senate to escort the President of the United States into the House chamber. The senator from New York, Mr. Schumer.
The names you're hearing right now are the people who get the honor of escorting the president into the chamber tonight. And just a time check for you, right around 8:50, we expect the second gentleman, Doug Emhoff, to come in. Then we're going to start seeing the Supreme Court a few minutes later, followed by the cabinet and then the president. So we'll keep our eyes and ears in here. But right now, let's go over to the executive mansion. Haley, let's talk bread and butter real quick. Education. Education suffered mightily during COVID. A lot of kids are still way behind parents. It does not matter where you live, how much money you have. You want your kid to get an excellent education. There's a big gap in this country right now. There is learning loss. Does the White House consider something like education a winning issue that they would want to emphasize on a night like this?
Whether it's a winning issue for them, remains to be determined, but we can look back at what the president's policy has been this past year and see the emphasis that they have placed on education. And as it relates to the economy, you'll recall he's put a big effort in trying to cancel some student loan debt, which has been tied up in the courts at this point. He has extended those pandemic pauses on student loan payments. And so that's an indication of where that lies in his priorities and the emphasis we may hear in this speech tonight, Chance.
Sasha Ingber, we talk an awful lot about national security. What signals will the president during the speech be sending to other countries that will be watching and wondering what signals they can pick up?
You're thinking China.
I'm thinking China specifically.
Well, I think that Biden will first and foremost want to show that the United States, despite having some ideological differences, is still a peaceful, productive place, a democracy where many ideas can thrive. Part of this stemming back to the January 6th Capitol riot and that internal strife, which really benefited our adversaries like China and Russia, because it made the U.S. look bad, and the chaos actually took some attention off of them and what they do as countries in the international stage. Now, I also think that Biden is going to want to show that the U.S. alliances that he has helped to forge, especially in Europe and Asia, that they have never been stronger. This obviously after former President Trump and his America First policies. These alliances are there to counter China in the Indo-Pacific and to warn Russia not to take the war into any other countries. And let's remember the timing here, you guys. We're almost 1 year into the anniversary of this historic and absolutely brutal war in Ukraine. So those are the messages that I think that Biden is looking to convey tonight.
This is the diplomatic corps now entering some of the diplomats. Haley, something close to the president's heart that I want to make sure we touch on briefly here, cancer. The cancer moonshot. He started it under the previous administration, now his own administration. His son, Beau, of course, died of brain cancer. He's passionate about this. Are they making progress? Are they going to highlight that?
Well, they have touted the progress they have made under this initiative. As you said, it is something that is deeply personal for the president and his family, but not only them, countless families across the country who are dealing with cancer. The White House had said under this initiative, it has led to more than 24 new programs and policies and more investment in advancing research and technology to tackle cancer, to try to find a cure for it. But we are expecting to hear the president call for more action on this front, and that includes urging Congress to reauthorize the National Cancer Act, looking to firm up that support for research and technology. They're looking to take steps to guarantee coverage and benefits for those who are currently fighting cancer, and as well as actions to help people avoid and quit smoking. But this is something that we do expect the president to stress, something that the administration likely sees as common ground in making progress in his agenda tonight.
Andrew Rafferty, as we watch the second gentleman enter the chamber, Doug Emhoff, we're reminded that we so often speak of women who blaze trails, but he has been blazing trails in his own right, specifically with the anniversary of Auschwitz. and going overseas to Poland and those emotional scenes that we saw. He is redefining the role of the second gentleman.
Yeah, Del, you know, he absolutely has, and I think he's really taken on a role that...
The Chief Justice and Associate Justices of the Supreme Court.
The Supreme Court Justice walking in there. He's taken on a role. No one else has had that role, being the second gentleman of the United States. And he's viewed it as an opportunity to carve out a niche for himself that has resonated with a lot of Americans, especially as we see an uptick in anti-Semitism and attacks against Jewish Americans and institutions. I think having him in that, not necessarily that public-facing, but certainly taking his role as a government spouse very seriously and using it as a form of diplomacy has been important.
I'm trying to count here.
Yeah, I think Clarence Thomas is not there. Ketanji Brown Jackson walked in. And we also saw Brett Kavanaugh, but I have not seen Clarence Thomas come in as well.
After the Roe decision, Dobbs this year, you know, sometimes they pick and choose. 4 might come, you know. They don't always enjoy this. Notable that they arrived, and also notable that Democrats applauded them when there's been so much dissension.
Well, I think they might have been applauding Ketanji Brown Jackson. Remember, this would be her first State of the Union address. So that might have been a little partisan one way or the other. You never know.
Yeah. So right now, let me see. I wanted to check our time of what we're expecting to come next. I think it's going to be...
It will be the president coming into the chamber.
And the first lady.
And the first lady.
I don't think she's been announced yet. So in the meantime, Andrew, the president has his agenda. Republicans, Democrats have their agenda. I was going through the Pew survey that just came out of Americans' top agenda items. 5 of the 6 top issues are about money. They say we want a vibrant economy, control health care costs, reduce budget, get money out of politics. Americans seem to want to talk about, to say, I'm worried about money.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's pretty consistent with a number of polls that we have seen. And there's the First Lady that we have seen. This is top of mind for Americans, and we do expect it to take up quite a bit of the speech tonight. Also interesting from that Pew poll, Chance, is how far COVID has fallen over the past year.
It's dead last.
Yes, dead last. You go into 2022, it was the 3rd or 4th issue. Healthcare is still very much a top issue, though, as Americans think about healthcare affordability as we continue to emerge from the pandemic.
But I think the question that we have to ask ourselves is, do we trust polls anymore? You know, as we went into the midterms, the #1 issue that everybody wanted to tackle was inflation and the economy, and guess what everybody voted on? Abortion, which was, I believe, polling at about 5%.
Yeah.
Going into the midterms.
That's another special event that we're going to have to host. But for right now, we're just waiting on the president, right?
Mr. Speaker, the President's Cabinet.
And do we know the designated survivor yet?
We're about to find out.
It hasn't come in just yet, I don't think. All right, we should be finding that out pretty soon.
You know, I was thinking about Kevin McCarthy wielding the gavel.
It seems Marty Walsh is the designated survivor. He's Labor Secretary.
And by the way, he's leaving. Yeah, he's leaving the administration.
That's your parting gift as you go to the NHL, as you get to be the designated survivor, I see.
But I was thinking about Kevin McCarthy and the fact that he went through 15 votes to get to this point, but this is what he has been working toward for so long. And one of the things that he admonished his own party about was no outburst. He wants decorum to return to the Capitol.
Hey, Andrew, in some ways, 2024 begins in about 5 minutes. What do you expect in terms of themes?
Yeah, well, I think that's why.
And do you think that's legit? Do you think it starts in 5 minutes?
Well, we already have one candidate that's in the race on the other side of the aisle.
And some aspiring candidates here on screen, like Pete Buttigieg.
Yes, absolutely. Nikki Haley just sent out a press advisory that she has a quote-unquote special announcement on February 15th.
I wonder what that could be.
I know. Who knows? You have to show up to South Carolina to find out. But I think that's why it's so important for Joe Biden, not only his message, but how he delivers it tonight. We've talked about how he's 80 years old. He is setting the record once again for the oldest person to deliver a State of the Union address. And that is a top concern, even among Democrats, even among his supporters. So we know that he put in a lot of preparation into this, not only in the words that are going to come out of his mouth, but how he delivers them.
Nate Reed on Capitol Hill set the stage for us. We've got about a minute before the president comes in. But that being said, we see the television coverage of what you see every day. Do they get along or don't they?
So, look, I mean, I think members of Congress have more in common than you would think. Many members are friends off camera, and a lot of this, is sometimes for the cameras, that there is disagreements between Democrats and Republicans. But at the same time, despite the collegiality, the kind of collegial nature that you're seeing right now, where they're shaking hands and greeting each other, members of the cabinet, people who don't necessarily all get along, there are some deep rifts on Capitol Hill, and I think, this was summed up by Representative Harry Hagan, who told us yesterday she felt to hear one version of the speech, Democrat of the speech. So there is, and partisan.
All right, we're losing Nate's audio right now.
He's newly independent, sitting next to Mitt Romney. So,
all right. We watch and we wait for the president to come in. He'll be announced in about 60 seconds here. Once the middle aisle gets cleared out, making sure they don't miss any handshakes here, Del.
No, I was picking up on what Nate was saying about Kyrsten Sinema. People will be looking to see where she sits, who she sits with, because there is that now independent streak in her, and she is being challenged by a Democratic member of Congress.
Well, that's right. The future balance of the Senate could very well hang in Arizona with her, and she's not one to ever back down. She wants to make sure even tonight she's seen, and everyone sees her. Ruben Gallego is challenging her. She's staying in the independent lane, and then Republicans, we don't know just yet. But, I can't help but notice and be thankful that COVID is not the most pressing, worrying concern right now. Even last year we were saying, are people wearing masks? It's nice to feel like you're kind of back to normal. Now, politics is never normal, but it's nice to see a little bit of normality here.
It was interesting as I was looking at the economic advisors come into the room. They may not be getting the credit they deserve. If you think about it, 6 months ago, we were talking about a recession. Now they're talking about a soft landing. And 6 months ago, they were saying a soft landing was impossible. So, that being said, is it possible that perhaps Jerome Powell might have gotten it right this time?
I hope your fingers are crossed. I hope so. Okay, so Democrats on their side, Republicans on their side, but we actually have seen a lot of animated conversations tonight, a lot of smiles in this chamber, a chamber that there's been so much discussion of it being so divided. Andrew Rafferty, anything in particular you're listening for tonight?
Well, I think it's just about how Biden straddles this kind of message between look at these positive economic signs versus what's going on in the people who are watching's own personal lives in terms of how they are doing financially. We know that there's a just overall kind of feeling of pessimism when it comes to the economy. And then, there are going to be some of those breakout moments that I think we'll be talking about tomorrow. We talked about how the parents of the individual who was killed in Memphis, the black male who's in police custody, are on hand. There are, we saw Bono, we saw a number of other these high-profile guests who we expect to get a shout-out. Many of them have very moving personal stories that are going to be highlighted. And again, when it comes to the quote-unquote unity agenda, we're talking about solving cancer, overcoming the nation's opioid problem. We're talking about Veterans Affairs, things that most people can at least agree are problems that need to get solved.
Yeah, the president has now left the holding room, so we are watching the doors and waiting for the doors to open and the president's arrival to be announced, which will begin, as you say, campaign 2024, which has already kicked off. But I was noticing also the clerk of the court, who wielded so much power. She's off to the right. I believe he's making his way in now.
He's a creature of Washington. He shakes everyone's hand. He's ready to go, and it sounds like we're about to hear his message. Let's listen in on the 2023 State of the Union address.
Mr. Speaker, the President of the United States.
You know, I was looking at Joe Biden just a moment ago.
Yeah.
And we talk an awful lot about the president, but we forget this is a man whose personal journey has been staggering, to say the very least. And I saw a spouse proud of a husband who is now the president of the United States. Many people can say many things about him, whether or not they believe he is too old to run again, whether or not they believe that he has been effective. But it would be difficult to criticize her as a spouse who has stood by a person who has lost children and then rode the train back and forth from Delaware to Washington every day to be with his kids and then to raise those kids and now to see him as the president of the United States.
You know, looks matter in politics, and tonight, Joe Biden, at this moment, we'll see what he has to say, but he looks like a happy warrior. He looks like he's actually happy to be there, which leaves a lot of us scratching our head thinking, how in the world do you keep doing it? But what Andrew Rafferty was saying, you can't exactly take a victory lap when a lot of Americans feel like they're still at the starting blocks. Yet at the same time, he has to say, here's what we have delivered, and make his case for doing even more of that in the future. A good hearty handshake there with the Chief Justice.
And that has been his challenge. That's going to be his challenge tonight, is to make that connect. You know, he has to be Joe from Scranton, and we were talking about it, but he also has to reach out to those latte liberals because America is divided, because some people think that the country is on the mend, but other people haven't felt that progress. And you know, you hate to bring it up all the time, but it's the price of eggs. It is the one thing that I hear people talk. It used to be gas. But now people say, my eggs are so expensive. Why has my world turned upside down? And that's what they want to hear tonight, is the answers to the little things, the kitchen table issues.
Striking to see Nancy Pelosi as a spectator tonight, rather than someone up in charge. I also noticed that a lot of handshakes here, but he actually kissed Ketanji Brown Jackson on the cheek, a sign of, you know, she was his choice.
Well, I don't know if you noticed it or not, too, but when was the last time you saw the First Lady of the United States come in and kiss the second gentleman of the United States?
Yeah.
You know, so I think you're seeing a changing of the guard, too, on Capitol Hill. You know, when you see Nancy Pelosi and you see Steny Hoyer there, and you realize that these are people that have dedicated their entire lives to politics, and now that they are making way for a new generation on both sides of the aisle.
And who's still in the game? The president, who entered Capitol Hill in the 70s and still up there tonight.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with those of us that entered a certain arena in the 70s.
Pat on the back. All right, let's listen to our president.
Hello. Thank you.
Members of Congress, I have the high privilege and distinct honor to present to you the President of the United States.
Mr. Speaker. Thank you. You can smile. It's okay. Thank you. Thank you. Please. Mr. Speaker, Madam Vice President, our First Lady and Second Gentleman, good to see you guys up there. Members of Congress. By the way, Chief Justice, I may need a court order. She gets to go to the game tomorrow, next week. I have to stay home. Got to work something out here. Members of the Cabinet, leaders of our military, Chief Justice, Associate Justice, and retired Justice of the Supreme Court, and to you, my fellow Americans. You know, I start tonight by congratulating the 118th Congress and the new Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy. Speaker, I don't want to ruin your reputation, but I look forward to working with you. And I want to congratulate the new leader of the House Democrats, the first African-American minority leader in history, Hakeem Jeffries. He won in spite of the fact I campaigned for him. Congratulations to the longest-serving leader in the history of the United States Senate, Mitch McConnell. Where are you, Mitch? And congratulations to Chuck Schumer, another term as Senate Minority Leader. I think only this time you have a slightly bigger majority, Mr. Leader. You're the majority leader. About that much bigger? Yeah, well, I tell you what. I want to give special recognition to someone who I think is going to be considered the greatest speaker in the history of the House of Representatives, Nancy Pelosi. The story of America is a story of progress and resilience, of always moving forward, of never, ever giving up. It's a story unique among all nations. We're the only country that has emerged from every crisis we've ever entered stronger than we got into it. Look, folks, that's what we're doing again. 2 years ago, the economy was reeling. I stand here tonight after we've created, with the help of many people in this room, 12 million new jobs, more jobs created in 2 years than any president's created in 4 years, because of you all, because of the American people. 2 years ago, COVID had shut down, our businesses were closed, our schools were robbed of so much, and today, COVID no longer controls our lives. And 2 years ago, democracy faced its greatest threats in civil war. And today, though bruised, our democracy remains unbowed and unbroken. As we gather here tonight, we're writing the next chapter in the great American story, a story of progress and resilience. When world leaders ask me to define America, and they do, believe it or not, I can define it in one word, and I mean this: possibilities. We don't think anything is beyond our capacity. Everything is a possibility. You know, we're often told that Democrats and Republicans can't work together. But over the past 2 years, we've proved the cynics and naysayers wrong. Yes, we disagreed plenty. And yes, there were times when Democrats went alone. But time and again, Democrats and Republicans came together to defend a stronger and safer Europe. You came together to pass once in a generation infrastructure law, building bridges connecting our nation and our people. We came together to pass the most significant law ever, helping victims exposed to toxic burn pits. And in fact, it's important. And in fact, I signed over 300 bipartisan pieces of legislation since becoming president, from reauthorizing the Violence Against Women Act, to the Electoral Count Reform Act, the Respect for Marriage Act that protects the right to marry the person you love. And to my Republican friends, if we could work together the last Congress, there's no reason we can't work together and find consensus on important things in this Congress as well. I think you all are as informed as I am, but I think the people sent us a clear message. Fighting for the sake of fighting, power for the sake of power, conflict for the sake of conflict gets us nowhere. That's always been my vision of our country, and I know it's many of yours. To restore the soul of this nation, to rebuild the backbone of America, America's middle class, and to unite the country. We've been sent here to finish the job, in my view. For decades, the middle class has been hollowed out in more than, and not no one administration, but for a long time. Too many good-paying manufacturing jobs move overseas. Factories closed down. Once thriving cities and towns that many of you represent became shadows of what they used to be. And along the way, something else we lost: pride, our sense of self-worth. I ran for president to fundamentally change things, to make sure our economy works for everyone, so we can all feel that pride in what we do. To build an economy from the bottom up and the middle out, not from the top down. Because when the middle class does well, the poor have a ladder up, and the wealthy still do very well. We all do well. I know a lot of you always kid me for always quoting my dad, but my dad used to say, Joey, a job's about a lot more than a paycheck. He really would say this. It's about a lot more than a paycheck. It's about your dignity. It's about respect. It's about being able to look your kid in the eye and say, honey, it's going to be okay, and mean it. Well, folks, so let's look at the results. We're not finished yet by any stretch of the imagination, but unemployment rate is at 3.4%, a 50-year low. Near record unemployment. Near record unemployment for black and Hispanic workers. We've already created, your help, 800,000 good-paying manufacturing jobs, the fastest growth in 40 years. And where is it written? Where is it written that America can't lead the world in manufacturing? And I don't know where that's written. For too many decades, we imported projects and exported jobs. Now, thanks to what you've all done, we're exporting American products and creating American jobs. Folks, inflation has been a global problem because the pandemic disrupted our supply chains, and Putin's unfair and brutal war in Ukraine disrupted energy supplies as well as food supplies, blocking all that grain in Ukraine. But we're better positioned than any country on earth right now. But we have more to do. But here at home, inflation is coming down. Here at home, gas prices are down $1.50 from their peak. Food inflation is coming down, not fast enough, but coming down. Inflation has fallen every month for the last 6 months, while take-home pay has gone up. Additionally, over the last 2 years, a record 10 million Americans applied to start new businesses. 10 million. And by the way, every time someone starts a small business is an act of hope. And Madam Vice President, I want to thank you for leading that effort to ensure that small businesses have access to capital and the historic laws we enacted that are going to just come into being. Standing here last year, I shared with you a story of American genius and possibilities. Semiconductors, small computer chips the size of a fingerprint that power everything from cell phones to automobiles and so much more. These chips were invented in America. Let's get that straight. They were invented in America. And we used to make 40% of the world's chips. In the last several decades, we lost our edge. We're down to only producing 10%. We all saw what happened during the pandemic when chip factories shut down overseas. Today's automobiles need 3,000 chips, each of those automobiles. But American automobiles couldn't make enough cars because there weren't enough chips. Car prices went up, people got laid off. So did everything from refrigerators to cell phones. We can never let that happen again. That's why we came together to pass the Bipartisan Chips and Science Act. I know I've been criticized for saying this, but I'm not changing my view. We're going to make sure the supply chain for America begins in America. The supply chain begins in America. We've already created 800,000 new manufacturing jobs without this law, before the law kicks in. With this new law, we're going to create hundreds of thousands of new jobs across the country. And I mean all across the country, throughout not just the coast, but through the middle of the country as well. That's going to come from companies that have announced more than $300 billion in investment in American manufacturing over the next few years. Outside of Columbus, Ohio, Intel is building semiconductor factories on 1,000 acres, literally a field of dreams. It's going to create 10,000 jobs, that one investment, 7,000 construction jobs, 3,000 jobs in those factories once they're finished. They call them factories. Jobs paying an average of $130,000 a year, and many do not require a college degree. Jobs. Because we work together, these jobs where people don't have to leave home to search for opportunity. And it's just getting started. Think about the new homes, the small businesses, the medium-sized businesses. So much more that's going to be needed to support those 3,000 permanent jobs and the factories that are going to be built. Talk to mayors and governors, Democrats and Republicans, and they'll tell you what this means for their communities. We're seeing these field of dreams transform to the heartland. But to maintain the strongest economy in the world, we need the best infrastructure in the world. And folks, as you all know, we used to be #1 in the world in infrastructure. We've sunk to 13th in the world. The United States of America, 13th in the world in infrastructure, modern infrastructure. But now we're coming back because we came together and passed the bipartisan infrastructure law, the largest investment in infrastructure since President Eisenhower's interstate highway system. And folks, already we've funded over 20,000 projects, including major airports from Boston to Atlanta to Portland. Projects that are going to put thousands of people to work rebuilding our highways, our bridges, our railroads, our tunnels, ports, airports, clean water, high-speed internet, all across America. Urban, rural, tribal. And folks, we're just getting started. We're just getting started. And I mean this sincerely. I want to thank my Republican friends who voted for the law, and my Republican friends who voted against it as well. But I still get asked to fund the projects in those districts as well. But don't worry. I promised I'd be a president for all Americans. We'll fund these projects. And I'll see you at the groundbreaking. Look, this law will further unite all of America. Projects like Brent Spence Bridge in Kentucky over the Ohio River, built 60 years ago, badly needed repairs, one of the nation's most congested freight routes, carrying $2 billion worth of freight every single day across the Ohio River. And folks, I've been talking about fixing it for decades, but we're really finally going to get it done. Yes. I went there last month with Democrats and Republicans and from both states to deliver a commitment of $1.6 billion for this project. And while I was there, I met a young woman named Sarah, who's here tonight. I don't know where Sarah is. Is she up in the box? I don't know. Sarah, how are you? Well, Sarah, for 30 years, I learned, she told me she'd been a proud member of the Iron Workers Local 44, known as the Cowboys in the Sky. The folks who built built Cincinnati's skyline. Sarah said she can't wait to be 10 stories above the Ohio River building that new bridge. God bless her. That's pride. And that's what we're also building. We're building back pride. Look, we're also replacing poisonous lead pipes that go into 10 million homes in America, 400,000 school and child care centers. So every child in America can drink the water instead of having permanent damage to their brain. Look, we're making sure that every community in America has access to affordable high-speed internet. No parent should have to drive by McDonald's parking lot to help them do their homework online with their kids, which many thousands were doing across the country. And when we do these projects, and again, I get criticized for this, but I make no excuses for it, we're going to buy American. We're going to buy American. Folks, and it's totally consistent with international trade rules. Buy America has been the law since 1933, but for too long, past administrations, Democrat and Republican, have fought to get around it. Not anymore. Tonight, I'm announcing new standards that require all construction materials used in federal infrastructure projects to be made in America. Made in America. I mean it. Lumber, glass, drywall, fiber optic cable. And on my watch, American roads, bridges, and American highways are going to be made with American products as well. Folks, my economic plan is about investing in places and people that have been forgotten. So many of you listening to me tonight, I know you feel it. So many of you felt like you've just simply been forgotten. Amid the economic upheaval of the past 4 decades, too many people have been left behind and treated like they're invisible. Maybe that's you watching from home. Remember the jobs that went away. You remember them, don't you? The folks at home remember them. You wonder whether the path even exists anymore for your children to get ahead without having to move away. Well, that's why I get that. That's why we're building an economy where no one's left behind. Jobs are coming back. Pride is coming back. Because choices we made in the last several years. You know, this is, in my view, a blue-collar blueprint to rebuild America and make a real difference in your lives at home. For example, too many of you lay in bed at night like my dad did, staring at the ceiling, wondering what in God's name happens if your spouse gets cancer or your child gets deadly ill, or something happens to you. What are you going to get money to pay for those medical bills? Or are you going to have to sell the house or try to get a second mortgage on it? I get it. I get it. With the Inflation Reduction Act that I signed into law, we're taking on powerful interest to bring health care costs down so you can sleep better at night with more security. You know, we pay more for prescription drugs than any nation in the world. Let me say it again. We pay more for prescription drugs than any major nation on earth. For example, 1 in 10 Americans has diabetes. Many of you in this chamber do, and in the audience. But every day, millions need insulin to control their diabetes so they can literally stay alive. Insulin's been around for over 100 years. The guy who invented it didn't even patent it because he wanted it to be available for everyone. It cost the drug companies roughly $10 a vial to make that insulin. Packaging and all, you may get up to $13. But Big Pharma has been unfairly charging people hundreds of dollars, $400 to $500 a month, making record profits. Not anymore. Not anymore. things that we did are only now coming to fruition. We said we were doing this, and we said we passed a law to do it, but people didn't know because the law didn't take effect until January 1 of this year. We capped the cost of insulin at $35 a month for seniors on Medicare. People are just finding out. I'm sure you're getting the same calls I'm getting. Look, there are millions of other Americans who do not or are not on Medicare, including 200,000 young people with type 1 diabetes and need this insulin to stay alive. Let's finish the job this time. Let's cap the cost of insulin for everybody at $35. And Big Pharma's still going to do very well, I promise you all. I promise you they're going to do very well. This law also caps and won't even go into effect until 2025. Costs, out-of-pocket drug costs for seniors on Medicare at a maximum of $2,000 a year. You don't have to pay more than $2,000 a year, no matter how much your drug costs are. Because you know why? You all know it. Many of you, like many in my family, have cancer. You know the drugs can range from $10,000, $11,000, $14,000, $15,000 for the cancer drugs. And if drug prices rise faster than inflation, drug companies are going to have to pay Medicare back the difference. We're finally giving Medicare the power to negotiate drug prices. Bringing down prescription drug costs doesn't just save seniors money. It cuts the federal deficit by billions of dollars, by hundreds of billions of dollars. Because these prescription drugs are drugs purchased by Medicare to keep their commitment to the seniors. Well, guess what? Instead of paying $400 or $500 a month, you're paying $15. That's a lot of savings for the federal government. And by the way, why wouldn't we want that? Now, some members here are threatening, and I know it's not an official party position, so I'm not going to exaggerate, but threatening to repeal the Inflation Reduction Act. As my coach, that's okay, that's fair. As my football coach used to say, lots of luck in your senior year. Make no mistake. If you try anything to raise the cost of prescription drugs, I will veto it. Look, I'm pleased to say that more Americans have health insurance now than ever in history. A record 16 million people are enrolled in the Affordable Care Act. And thanks to the law I signed last year, saving millions are saving $800 a year on their premiums. And by the way, that law was written and the benefit expires in 2025. So my plea to some of you, at least in this audience, let's finish the job and make these savings permanent. Expand coverage of Medicaid. Look, the Inflation Reduction Act is also the most significant investment ever in climate change. Ever. Lowering utility bills, creating American jobs, leading the world to a clean energy future. I visited the devastating aftermath of record floods, droughts, storms, and wildfires from Arizona to Mexico to all the way up to the Canadian border. More timber has been burned, that I've observed from helicopters, than the entire state of Missouri. And we don't have global warming? Not a problem. In addition to emergency recovery, from Puerto Rico to Florida to Idaho, we're rebuilding for the long term. New electric grids that are able to weather major storms and not prevent those forest fires. Roads and water systems withstand the next big flood. Clean energy to cut pollution and create jobs in communities often left behind. We're going to build 500,000 electric vehicle charging stations installed across the country by tens of thousands of IBEW workers. We're helping families save more than $1,000 a year with tax credits to purchase electric vehicles and efficient appliances, energy-efficient appliances. Historic conservation efforts to be responsible stewards of our land. Let's face reality. The climate crisis doesn't care if you're in a red or blue state. It's an existential threat. We have an obligation, not to ourselves, but to our children and grandchildren, to confront it. I'm proud of how America, at last, is stepping up to the challenge. We're still going to need oil and gas for a while. But guess what? No, we do. But there's so much more to do. We got to finish the job. And we pay for these investments in our future by finally making the wealthiest and biggest corporations begin to pay their fair share. Just begin. Look, I'm a capitalist, but pay your fair share. I think a lot of you at home agree with me and many people that you know. The tax system is not fair. It is not fair. Look, the idea that in 2020, 55 of the largest corporations in America, the Fortune 500, made $40 billion in profits and paid zero in federal taxes? Zero? Folks, it's simply not fair. But now, because of the law I signed, billion-dollar companies have to pay a minimum of 15%. God love them. 15%. That's less than a nurse pays. And let me be crystal clear. I said at the very beginning, under my plans, as long as I'm president, nobody earning less than $400,000 will pay an additional penny in taxes. Nobody, not one penny. But let's finish the job. There's more to do. We have to reward work, not just wealth. Pass my proposal for the billionaire minimum tax. You know, there's 1,000 billionaires in America. It's up from about 600 in the beginning of the term. But no billionaire should be paying a lower tax rate than a school teacher or firefighter. I mean it. Think about it. I mean, look. I know you aren't enthusiastic about that, but think about it. Think about it. Have you noticed Big Oil just reported its profits? Record profits. Last year they made $200 billion in the midst of a global energy crisis. I think it's outrageous. Why? They invested too little of that profit to increase domestic production. And when I talk to a couple of them, they say, we're afraid you're going to shut down all the oil wells, all the oil refineries anyway, so why should we invest in them? I said, we're going to need oil for at least another decade. And that's going to exceed and beyond that. We're going to need it. Production. If they had, in fact, invested in the production to keep gas prices down, instead, they used the record profits to buy back their own stock, rewarding their CEOs and shareholders. Corporations ought to do the right thing. That's why I propose we quadruple the tax on corporate stock buybacks and encourage long-term investments. They'll still make considerable profit. Let's finish the job and close the loopholes that allow very wealthy to avoid paying their taxes. Instead of cutting the number of audits for wealthy taxpayers, I just signed a law to reduce by cracking down on wealthy tax cheats. That's being fiscally responsible. In the last 2 years, my administration has cut the deficit by more than $1.7 trillion, the largest deficit reduction in American history. Under the previous administration, the American deficit went up 4 years in a row. Because those record deficits, no president added more to the national debt in any 4 years than my predecessor. Nearly 25% of the entire national debt that took over 200 years to accumulate was added by just one administration alone, the last one. They're the facts. Check it out. Check it out. How did Congress respond to that debt? They did the right thing. They lifted the debt ceiling 3 times without preconditions or crisis. They paid American bills to prevent an economic disaster in the country. So tonight I'm asking the Congress to follow suit. Let's commit here tonight to the full faith and credit of the United States of America will never, ever be questioned. Some of my Republican friends want to take the economy hostage. I get it, unless I agree to their economic plans. All of you at home should know what those plans are. Instead of making the wealthy pay their fair share, some Republicans want Medicare and Social Security to sunset. I'm not saying it's a majority. Let me give you, anybody who doubts it, contact my office. I'll give you a copy. I'll give you a copy of the proposal. That means Congress doesn't vote. Well, I'm glad to see you. And I tell you, I enjoy conversion. You know, it means if Congress doesn't keep the programs the way they are, they'd go away. Other Republicans say, I'm not saying it's a majority of you. I don't even think it's even a significant, but it's being proposed by individuals. I'm not politely not naming them, but it's being proposed by some of you. Look, folks, the idea is that we're not going to be moved into being threatened to default on the debt if we don't respond. Folks, as we all apparently agree, Social Security and Medicare is off the books now, right? They're not to be spent. All right. I'm ready. We got unanimity. Social Security and Medicare are a lifeline for millions of seniors. Americans have to pay into them from the very first paycheck they started. So tonight, let's all agree, and we apparently are, let's stand up for seniors. Stand up and show them. We will not cut Social Security. We will not cut Medicare. Those benefits belong to the American people. They earned it. And if anyone tries to cut Social Security, which apparently no one's going to do, and if anyone tries to cut Medicare, I'll stop them. I'll veto it. And look, I'm not going to allow them to be taken away. Not today, not tomorrow, not ever. But apparently it's not going to be a problem. Next month, when I offer my fiscal plan, I ask my Republican friends to lay down their plan as well. I really mean it. Let's sit down together and discuss our mutual plans together. Let's do that. I can tell you, the plan I'm going to show you is going to cut the deficit by another $2 trillion. And it won't cut a single bit of Medicare or Social Security. In fact, we're going to extend the Medicare Trust Fund at least 2 decades, because that's going to be the next argument. How do we keep it solvent, right? Well, we'll not raise tax on anyone making under 400 grand, but we'll pay for it the way we talked about tonight, by making sure that the wealthy and big corporations pay their fair share. Look. Here's the deal. They aren't just taking advantage of the tax code. They're taking advantage of you, the American consumer. Here's my message to all of you out there. I have your back. We're already preventing Americans from receiving surprise medical bills, stopping $1 billion surprise bills per month so far. We're protecting seniors' life savings by cracking down on nursing homes that commit fraud, endanger patient safety, prescribe drugs that are not needed. Millions of Americans can now save thousands of dollars because they can finally get a hearing aid over the counter without a prescription. Look, capitalism without competition is not capitalism. It's extortion. It's exploitation. Last year, I cracked down with the help of many of you on foreign shipping companies that were making you pay higher prices for every good coming into the country. I signed a bipartisan bill to cut shipping costs by 90%, helping American farmers, businessmen, and consumers. Let's finish the job. Pass the bipartisan legislation to strengthen antitrust enforcement and prevent big online platforms from giving their own products an unfair advantage. My administration is also taking on junk fees, those hidden surcharges too many companies use to make you pay more. For example, we're making airlines show you the full ticket price up front, refund your money if your flight is canceled or delayed. We've reduced exorbitant bank overdrafts by saving consumers more than $1 billion a year. We're cutting credit card late fees by 75% from $30 to $8. Look, junk fees may not matter to the very wealthy, but they matter to most other folks in homes like the one I grew up in, like many of you did. They add up to hundreds of dollars a month. They make it harder for you to pay your bills or afford that family trip. I know how unfair it feels when a company overcharges you and gets away with it. Not anymore. We've written a bill to stop it all. It's called the Junk Fee Prevention Act. We're going to ban surprise resort fees that hotels charge on your bill. Those fees can cost you up to $90 a night at hotels that aren't even resorts. The idea that cable, internet, and cell phone companies can charge you $200 or more if you decide to switch to another provider. Give me a break. We can stop service fees on tickets to concerts and sporting events and make companies disclose all the fees up front. And we'll prohibit airlines from charging $50 round trip for family just to be able to sit together. Baggage fees are bad enough. Airlines can't treat your child like a piece of baggage. Americans are tired of being. We're tired of being played for suckers. So pass the Junk Fee Prevention Act so companies stop ripping us off. For too long, workers have been getting stiffed, but not anymore. We're beginning to restore the dignity of work. For example, I should have known this, but I didn't until 2 years ago. 30 million workers have to sign non-compete agreements for the jobs they take. 30 million. So a cashier at a burger place can't walk across town and take the same job at another burger place and make a few bucks more. It just changed. But they just changed it because we exposed it. That was part of the deal, guys. Look it up. But not anymore. We're banning those agreements so companies have to compete for workers and pay them what they're worth. And I must tell you, this is bound to get a response from my friends on my left but the right. I'm so sick and tired of companies breaking the law by preventing workers from organizing. Pass the PRO Act, because businesses have a right, workers have a right to form a union. And let's guarantee all workers have a living wage. Let's make sure working parents can afford to raise a family with sick days, paid family medical leave, affordable child care. That's going to enable millions of more people to go and stay at work. And let's restore the full child tax credit, which gave tens of millions of parents some breathing room and cut child poverty in half to the lowest level in history. And by the way, when we do all these things, we increase productivity. We increase economic growth. So let's finish the job and get more families access to affordable, quality housing. Let's get seniors who want to stay in their homes the care they need to do so. Let's give more breathing room to millions of family caregivers looking after their loved ones. Pass my plan so we get seniors and people with disabilities the home care and services they need. And support the workers who are doing God's work. These plans are fully paid for, and we can afford to do them. Restoring the dignity of work means making education an affordable ticket to the middle class. You know, when we made public education, 12 years of it, universal in the last century, we made the best educated, best paid, we became the best educated, best paid nation in the world. But the rest of the world's caught up. It's caught up. Jill, my wife, who teaches full time, has an expression. I hope I get it right, kid. Any nation that out-educates us is going to out-compete us. Any nation that out-educates is going to out-compete us. Folks, we all know 12 years of education is not enough to win the economic competition of the 21st century. We want to have the best educated workforce. Let's finish the job by providing access to preschool for 3 and 4 years old. Studies show that children who go to preschool are nearly 50% more likely to finish high school and go on to earn a 2 or 4 year degree, no matter their background they came from. Let's give public school teachers a raise. We're making progress by reducing student debt, increasing Pell Grants for working and middle-class families. Let's finish the job and connect students to career opportunities starting in high school. Provide access to 2 years of community college, the best career training in America, in addition to being a pathway to a 4-year degree. Let's offer every American a path to a good career, whether they go to college or not. And folks, in the midst of the COVID crisis, when schools were closed and we were shutting down everything, let's recognize how far we came in the fight against the pandemic itself. While the virus is not gone, thanks to the resilience of the American people and the ingenuity of medicine, we've broken the COVID grip on us. COVID deaths are down by 90%. We've saved millions of lives and opened up our country. We opened our country back up. And soon we'll end the public health emergency. But that's called a public health emergency. But we'll remember the toll and pain that's never going to go away. More than 1 million Americans lost their lives to COVID. 1 million. Families grieving, children orphaned, empty chairs at the dining room table constantly reminding you that she used to sit there. Remembering them, we remain vigilant. We still need to monitor dozens of variants and support new vaccines and treatments. So Congress needs to fund these efforts and keep America safe. And as we emerge from this crisis stronger, we're also got to double down on prosecuting criminals who stole relief money meant to keep workers and small businesses afloat. Before I came to office, you remember, during that campaign, the big issue was about inspector generals who would protect taxpayers' dollars who were sidelined. They were fired. Many people said we don't need them. And fraud became rampant. Last year, I told you the watchdogs are back. Since then, we've recovered billions of taxpayers' dollars. Now let's triple the anti-fraud strike force going after these criminals, double the statute of limitations on these crimes, and crack down on identity fraud by criminal syndicates stealing billions of dollars from the American people. And the data shows that for every dollar we put into fighting fraud, the taxpayers get back at least 10 times as much. It matters. It matters. Look, COVID left its scars, like the spike in violent crime in 2020, the first year of the pandemic. We have an obligation to make sure all people are safe. Public safety depends on public trust, as all of us know. But too often that trust is violated. Joining us tonight are the parents of Tyree Nichols. Welcome. We had to bury Tyree last week. As many of you personally know, there's no words to describe the heartache or grief of losing a child. But imagine if you lost that child at the hands of the law. Imagine having to worry whether your son or daughter came home from walking down the street, or playing in the park, or just driving a car. Most of us in here have never had to have the talk that brown and black parents have had to have with their children. Bo, Hunter, Ashley, my children. I never had to have the talk with them. I never had to tell them, if a police officer pulls you over, turn your interior lights on right away. Don't reach for your license. Keep your hands on the steering wheel. Imagine having to worry like that every single time your kid got in a car. Here's what Tyree's mother shared with me when I spoke to her. When I asked her how she finds the courage to carry on and speak out. With the faith of God, she said her son was, quote, a beautiful soul, and something good will come of this. Imagine how much courage and character that takes. It's up to us, to all of us. We all want the same thing. Neighborhoods free of violence. Law enforcement who earns the community's trust. Just as every cop, when they pin on that badge in the morning, has a right to be able to go home at night, so does everybody else out there. Our children have a right to come home safely. Equal protection under the law is a covenant we have with each other in America. We know police officers put their lives on the line every single night and day. And we know we ask them in many cases to do too much, to be counselors, social workers, psychologists, responding to drug overdoses, mental health crises, and so much more. In one sense, we ask much too much of them. I know most cops and their families are good, decent, honorable people, the vast majority. But they risk and they risk their lives every time they put that shield on. But what happened to Tyree in Memphis happens too often. We have to do better. Give law enforcement the real training they need. Hold them to higher standards. Help them succeed in keeping us safe. We also need more first responders and professionals to address the growing mental health, substance abuse challenges. More resources to reduce violent crime and gun crime. More community intervention programs. More investment in housing, education, and job training. All this can help prevent violence in the first place. And when police officers or police departments violate the public trust, they must be held accountable. With the support of the families of victims, civil rights groups, and law enforcement, I signed an executive order for all federal officers, banning chokeholds, restricting no-knock warrants, and other key elements of the George Floyd Act. Let's commit ourselves to make the words of Tyler's mom true. Something good must come from this. Something good. And all of us, Folks, it's difficult, but it's simple. All of us in this chamber, we need to rise to this moment. We can't turn away. Let's do what we know in our hearts that we need to do. Let's come together to finish the job on police reform. Do something. Do something. That was the plea of parents who lost their children in Uvalde. I met with every one of them. Do something about gun violence. Thank God. Thank God we did. Passing the most sweeping gun safety law in 3 decades. That includes things like that the majority of responsible gun owners already support. Enhanced background checks for 18 to 21 years old. Red flag laws, keeping guns out of the hands of people who are a danger to themselves and others. But we know our work is not done. Joining us tonight is Brandon Say, a 26-year-old hero. Brandon put his college dreams on hold to be at his mom's side. His mom's side when she was dying from cancer. And Brandon now works at the dance studio started by his grandparents. And 2 weeks ago, during the Lunar New Year celebrations, he heard the studio door close, and he saw a man standing there pointing a semi-automatic pistol at him. He thought he was going to die, but he thought about the people inside. And in that instant, he found the courage to act and wrestled a semi-automatic pistol away from the gunman who had already killed 11 people in another dance studio. 11. He saved lives. It's time we do the same. Ban assault weapons now. Ban them now. Once and for all. I led the fight to do that in 1994. In 10 years, that ban was law and mass shootings went down. After we let it expire in the Republican administration, mass shootings tripled. Let's finish the job and ban these assault weapons. And let's also come together on immigration. Make it a bipartisan issue once again. We now have a record number of personnel working to secure the border, arresting 8,000 human smugglers, seizing over 23,000 pounds of fentanyl in just the last several months. We've launched a new border plan last month. Unlawful migration from Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, and Venezuela has come down 97% as a consequence of that. But American border problems won't be fixed until Congress acts. If we don't pass my comprehensive immigration reform, at least pass my plan to provide the equipment and officers to secure the border. And a pathway to citizenship for dreamers, those on temporary status, farm workers, essential workers. Here in the People's House, it's our duty to protect all the people's rights and freedoms. Congress must restore the right and Congress must restore the right that was taken away in Roe v. Wade and protect Roe v. Wade. Give every woman a consular right. The Vice President and I are doing everything to protect access to reproductive health care and safeguard patient safety. Well, already more than a dozen states are enforcing extreme abortion bans. Make no mistake about it. If Congress passes a national ban, I will veto it. But let's also pass the Bipartisan Equality Act to ensure LGBTQ Americans, especially transgender young people, can live with safety and dignity. Our strength is not just the example of our power, but the power of our example. Let's remember the world's watching. I spoke in this chamber 1 year ago, just days after Vladimir Putin unleashed his brutal attack against Ukraine. a murderous assault, evoking images of death and destruction Europe suffered in World War II. Putin's invasion has been a test for the ages, a test for America, a test for the world. Would we stand for the most basic of principles? Would we stand for sovereignty? Would we stand for the right of people to live free of tyranny? Would we stand for the defense of democracy? For such defense matters to us because it keeps peace and prevents open season on would-be aggressors and threatens our prosperity. 1 year later, we know the answer. Yes, we would, and we did. We did. And together, we did what America always does at our best. We led. We united NATO. We built a global coalition. We stood against Putin's aggression. We stood with the Ukrainian people. Tonight, we're once again joined by Ukrainian's ambassador to the United States. She represents not just her nation, but the courage of her people. Our ambassador is here, we're united in our support of your country. Will you stand so we can all take a look at you? Thank you. Because we're going to stand with you as long as it takes. Our nation is working for more freedom, more dignity, more peace, not just in Europe, but everywhere. Before I came to office, the story was about how the People's Republic of China was increasing its power and America was failing in the world. Not anymore. We made clear, and I made clear in my personal conversations, which have been many, with President Xi, that we seek competition, not conflict. But I will make no apologies that we're investing to make America stronger. Investing in American innovation and industries that will define the future that China intends to be dominating. Investing in our alliances and working with our allies to protect advanced technologies so they will not be used against us. Modernizing our military to safeguard stability and deter aggression. Today, we're in the strongest position in decades to compete with China or anyone else in the world. Anyone else in the world. And I'm committed. I'm committed to work with China where we can advance American interests and benefit the world. But make no mistake about it. As we made clear last week, if China threatens our sovereignty, we will act to protect our country, and we did. Look, let's be clear. Winning the competition should unite all of us. We face serious challenges across the world. But in the past 2 years, democracies have become stronger, not weaker. Autocracy has grown weaker, not stronger. Name me a world leader who changed places with Xi Jinping. Name me one. Name me one. America's rallying the world to meet those challenges, from climate to global health, to food insecurity, to terrorism, to territorial aggression. Allies are stepping up, spending more, and doing more. Look, the bridges we're forming between partners in the Pacific and those in the Atlantic, and those who bet against America are learning how wrong they are. It's never, ever been a good bet to bet against America. Never. Well, when I came to office, most assured that bipartisanship assumed was impossible, but never believed it. That's why a year ago I offered a unity agenda to the nation as I stood here. We made real progress together. We passed a law making it easy for doctors to prescribe effective treatments for opioid addiction. We passed the gun safety law, making historic investments in mental health. We launched the ARPA-H drive for breakthrough in the fights against cancer, Alzheimer's, and diabetes, and so much more. We passed The Heath Robinson PACT Act, named after the late Iraq War veteran whose story about exposure to toxic burn kits I shared here last year. I understand something about those burn pits, but there's so much more to do. We can do it together. Joining us tonight is a father named Doug from Newton, New Hampshire. He wrote Jill, my wife, a letter, and me as well, about his courageous daughter, Courtney. A contagious laugh, his sister's best friend, her sister's best friend. He shared the story all too familiar to millions of Americans and many of you in the audience. Courtney discovered pills in high school. It spiraled into addiction and eventually death from a fentanyl overdose. She was just 20 years old. Describing the last 8 years without her, Doug said, "There's no worse pain." Yet their family has turned pain to purpose, working to end the stigma and change laws. He told us he wants to start a journey toward American recovery. Doug, we're with you. Fentanyl is killing more than 70,000 Americans a year. Big, you got it. So let's launch a major surge to stop fentanyl production and the sale and trafficking with more drug detection machines, inspection cargo, stop pills and powder at the border. Working with couriers like FedEx to inspect more packages for drugs. Strong penalties to crack down on fentanyl trafficking. Second, let's do more on mental health, especially for our children. When millions of young people are struggling with bullying, violence, trauma, we owe them greater access to mental health care at their schools. We must finally hold social media companies accountable for experimenting they're doing running children for profit. It's time to pass bipartisan legislation to stop big tech from collecting personal data on our kids and teenagers online. Ban targeted advertising to children and impose stricter limits on the personal data that companies collect on all of us. Third, let's do more to keep this nation's one truly sacred obligation to equip those we send into harm's way and care for them and their families when they come home. Job training, job placement for veterans and their spouses as they come to return to civilian life. Helping veterans afford their rent, because no one should be homeless in America, especially someone who served the country. Dennis McDonough is here of the VA. We had a first real discussion when I asked him to take the job. I'm glad he did. We were losing up to 25 veterans a day on suicide. Now we're losing 17 a day to the silent scourge of suicide. 17 veterans a day are committing suicide. More than all the people being killed in the wars. Folks, VA is doing everything it can, including expanding mental health screening, proven programs that recruits veterans to help other veterans understand what they're going through, get them the help they need. We got to do more. And fourth, last year, Jill and I reignited the cancer moonshot that I was able to start with President Obama asked me to lead our administration on this issue. Our goal is to cut the cancer death rates at least by 50% in the next 25 years. Turn more cancers from death sentences to treatable diseases. Provide more support for patients and their families. It's personal to so many of us in this audience. Joining us are Morris and Candice, an Irishman and the daughter of immigrants from Panama. They met and fell in love in New York City and got married in the same chapel Jill and I got married in New York City. Kindred spirits. He wrote us a letter about his little daughter, Ava, and I saw her just before I came over. She was just a year old when she was diagnosed with rare kidney disease, cancer. After 26 blood transfusions, 11 rounds of radiation, 8 rounds of chemo, 1 kidney removed, given a 5% survival rate. He wrote how in the darkest moments he thought, if she goes, I can't stay. Many of you have been through that as well. Jill and I understand that like so many of you. And he read Jill's book describing our family's cancer journey and how we tried to steal moments of joy where we could with Bo. For them, that glimmer of joy was the half smile of their baby girl. It meant everything to them. They never gave up hope. Little Ava never gave up hope. She turns 4 next month. They just found out Ava's beating the odds, is on her way to being cured of cancer. And she's watching from the White House tonight if she's not asleep already. For the lives we can save. For the lives we can save and the lives we've lost, let this be a truly American moment that rallies the country and the world together and proves that we can still do big things. 20 years ago, under the leadership of President Bush and countless advocates and champions, he undertook a bipartisan effort through PEPFAR to transform the global fight against HIV/AIDS. It's been a huge success. He thought big. He thought large. He moved. I believe we can do the same thing with cancer. Let's end cancer as we know it. Cure some cancers once and for all. Folks, there's one reason why we've been able to do all of these things. Our democracy itself. It's the most fundamental thing of all. With democracy, everything's possible. Without it, nothing is. For the last few years, our democracy has been threatened and attacked, put at risk, put to the test in this very room on January the 6th. And then just a few months ago, an unhinged big lie assailed and unleashed a political violence at the home of the then Speaker of the House of Representatives, using the very same language the insurrectionists used as they stalked these halls and chanted on January 6th. Here tonight in this chamber is a man who bears the scars of that brutal attack, but is as tough and as strong, as resilient as they get. My friend Paul Pelosi. Paul, stand up. But such a heinous act should have never happened. We must all speak out. There's no place for political violence in America. We have to protect the right to vote, not suppress the fundamental right. Honor the results of our elections, not subvert the will of the people. We have to uphold the rule of law and restore trust in our institutions of democracy. And we must give hate and extremism in any form no safe harbor. Democracy must not be a partisan issue. It's an American issue. Every generation of Americans has faced a moment where they have been called to protect our democracy, defend it, stand up for it. And this is our moment. My fellow Americans, we meet tonight at an inflection point, one of those moments that only a few generations ever face, where the direction we now take is going to decide the course of this nation for decades to come. We're not bystanders of history. We're not powerless before the forces that confront us. It's within our power of we, the people. We're facing the test of our time. We have to be the nation we've always been at our best. Optimistic, hopeful, forward-looking. A nation that embraces light over dark, hope over fear, unity over division, stability over chaos. We have to see each other not as enemies, but as fellow Americans. We're good people. The only nation in the world built on an idea. The only one. Other nations are defined by geography, ethnicity. But we're the only nation based on an idea that all of us, every one of us, is created equal in the image of God. A nation that stands as a beacon of the world. A nation in a new age of possibilities. So I've come to fulfill my constitutional obligation to report in the State of the Union. And here's my report. Because the soul of this nation is strong, because the backbone of this nation is strong, because the people of this nation are strong, the State of the Union is strong. I'm not new to this place. I stand here tonight having served as long as about any one of you have ever served here. But I've never been more optimistic about our future, about the future of America. We just have to remember who we are. We're the United States of America, and there's nothing beyond our capacity if we do it together. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you.
President of the United States, that is Missouri Congressman Emanuel Cleaver, and the new senator from the state of Georgia, who is actually the longest serving senator from the state of Georgia as far as running is concerned. I think he's been reelected and reelected and reelected. But what was fascinating about this speech is, Chance, it will probably be remembered more for the interruptions than the actual text of the speech itself. We have now crossed a Rubicon in America that I think all of us would probably agree that we might have mistook what we saw tonight for the House of Commons in London.
At times, yes, there was a shift in the energy and feeling, at liberty to speak out. Which at times, Kevin McCarthy, the new House Speaker, I saw him shush his members, which again is something that's somewhat unusual. This very much, though, traditional. The president ends with saying we are the United States of America, trying to remind 360 million Americans who we are and where he wants to see us go, trying to end on a high note.
There were moments of bipartisan happiness. They were not that many. I might be generous in saying
that there were more than that. Really?
How many did you count?
I wasn't counting. But actually, this was a
One
little.
hand.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
I actually, there was some energy here. There was some spark here, a spring in the step, and at times maybe it veered into moments of exuberance, but it had an up tone.
We were talking during the speech about you lie. During Barack Obama's speech in 2009, 2008, 2009, and that bought a censure from the House. Now we have somebody, Marjorie Taylor Greene, yelling several times, liar, liar, liar. Not once, not twice, not three times, maybe five. So the question is, what has happened to the decorum that used to be the House of Representatives of the United States?
So the president, he's, all of his colleagues and many Democrats and members of the cabinet and armed forces are there. And just want to let everybody know that 5 minutes after the president leaves the chamber, Sarah Huckabee Sanders will do the Republican rebuttal, which we will carry in its entirety as well. We think it's going to be about 10 to 12 minutes long. But for right now, can we bring in Andrew Rafferty, our Scripps News political director? Sure. Because, Andrew, Dell said the House of Commons. There were times when you thought, Boris Johnson, where are you? Are you here to answer some questions from the cheering and the jeering? Is it meaningful what we saw there tonight? Because it's unmissable.
Yeah, it is, and I think it might be part of the conversation come tomorrow morning and certainly after the speech in the next few hours. But look, let's take a step back and think about what Biden actually said and what were the big objectives that the White House tried to lay out going into tonight. It was that the economy is better than this White House is getting credit for, and that the American people aren't really seeing it in their day-to-day lives, and acknowledging that while also thinking about what the next 2 years of the Biden presidency look like. And I think by most of those accounts, if you really think back to the start of this speech, it was really focused on blue-collar issues, talking to.
Yes.
He at one point mentioned jobs that paid as much as $130,000 for those even you didn't need a college degree. This was aimed at a very specific group of people, almost a populist tone, but you're right, there were those interruptions. There were a number of things that I think the catalyst to all this came kind of early-ish into the speech when he was talking about the debt ceiling, and President Biden, almost by his own admission, kind of goaded Republicans into kind of interacting with him, saying that they had heard or that there had been a plan in the past that involved cuts to Social Security and Medicare, then asking them to stand up and pledge that you, in fact, are not going to cut any of those programs right now.
By the way, why welcome that fight, though? Is it because you then get to look reasonable and the other side looks unreasonable?
Well, I think that if it's the goal is for the White House, it's to actually get an agreement. I mean, if you look at, you say, hey, look, they stood up at the State of the Union, agreed that these aren't cuts they're going to make. They're not going to do this.
Oh, no, I meant welcoming the fight.
But I think the thing with the fight is this, and I'm a longtime resident of Loudoun County, Virginia, and I've known people on the school board in Loudoun County, Virginia for years. And it was a peaceful place. And then we started having the conversation about what is being taught in the schools and you're being ignored, et cetera. And the problem isn't what was the argument. Kennedy, by the way? That is, yes. And the problem wasn't what was being taught in the schools. The problem was nobody remembered what the argument was. They only remembered the screaming, because the screaming got all of the attention the next day on the morning news. And I think that's the way the speech is going to wind up being. I guarantee you tomorrow morning we will see several clips of Marjorie Taylor Greene isolated, yelling and screaming. Let's go to Capitol Hill. Nate, you're there. You're right in the thick of things. How did it play where you are with regards to what we saw and what we heard?
Well, look, I think that there was a fair amount of bipartisan response and bipartisan applause at the beginning of this speech. Certainly, Democrats and Republicans seem to agree on some of the elements of Biden's agenda, especially his bipartisan agenda, which passed last term, much of which we might not see for the duration of this Congress, given that Democrats, while they're in the control of the House, the Senate, and the White House, they were able to get stuff done with Republicans on their side. That being said, there is still a fair amount that did get some bipartisan applause tonight, but we really did see those two Americas that we've heard so much about. The RNC just put out a statement calling President Biden the divider-in-chief after what he said during this speech. And so clearly there really is that stark divide. Issues like the border, we saw Republicans really get riled up in the chamber over President Biden's plan for the border. They would argue that he has no plan on the border, and that's something they've been saying for months now. In fact, almost for years at this point, given that President Biden had yet to visit the border for a very large chunk of his presidency. And so there is two realities, I think, that we're dealing with. Republicans certainly going to take issues with major portions of the president's speech tonight.
Companies that have announced more than $300 billion in investment in American manufacturing over the next few years. Outside of Columbus, Ohio, Intel is building semiconductor factories on 1,000 acres, literally a field of dreams. It's going to create 10,000 jobs, that one investment, 7,000 construction jobs, 3,000 jobs in those factories once they're finished. They call them factories. Jobs paying an average of $130,000 a year, and many do not require a college degree.
And that was President Biden talking about the CHIPS and Science Act. Interesting to see that there wasn't a whole ton of bipartisan applause for that. That was a bipartisan bill largely led by Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer. He really did take point on that, along with a number of Republicans. But that is something that I think did divide the Republican Party. We didn't see Kevin McCarthy clapping as much as some of the Republicans within his conference. Something that was definitely very interesting to watch at various points during the speech, watching Kevin McCarthy react with a slight delay, almost seeming to watch how his conference reacted before having those high-profile reactions.
The president not yet out of the chamber. You can't help but notice the smile on his face. He seems energetic tonight. He seemed engaged. This is kind of the potluck social after Sunday service. This is the part people really like, not all the formality before that. And he seems to enjoy himself right now. Having that long conversation with Anthony Kennedy, a retired justice, but he came back tonight. Again, I don't know, as a symbol of some sort perhaps. But Haley Bull, I kept hearing the word home. And home, that means something unique to each of us Americans, of course. And there was one part that caught my attention, and the White House signaled it earlier a bit, which was that you don't have to move away from home in order to find success. For so many generations now, it's felt like you can't be in your hometown. You can't have your parents around the corner if you want to make good money, if you want to make a good living. Why stress that?
Well, you know, Chance, it really ties back to his broader economic agenda and a vision he outlined of wanting to rebuild the middle class throughout the State of the Union address. As was anticipated, he focused on the progress made through his administration's legislation, things like the infrastructure law, as Nate mentioned, the CHIPS Act that helped boost manufacturing or aimed to help boost manufacturing and tackle and repair infrastructure across the country. And in that vein, create more jobs at home. And that's what he's referencing there, is wanting to tout the job growth under his administration, but look ahead as that legislation is implemented and what he expects the impact will be on American families going forward. Listen to how he defined his economic strategy.
My economic plan is about investing in places and people that have been forgotten. So many of you listen to me tonight. I know you feel it. So many of you felt like you've just simply been forgotten. Amid the economic upheaval of the past 4 decades, too many people have been left behind and treated like they're invisible. Maybe that's you watching from home. Remember the jobs that went away. You remember them, don't you? The folks at home remember them. You wonder whether the path even exists anymore for your children to get ahead without having to move away. Well, that's why I get that. That's why we're building an economy where no one's left behind.
Oh, is that right? Now, the president's administration has, of course, faced criticism over the economy, over inflation. But when asked about some of the Republican responses leading into today, the White House said, look at the numbers. They pointed to markers like the unemployment rate, job growth, and wages. And that's something we heard the president underscore, but really taking a more passionate stance. And as you said, Chance, talking about keeping people at home.
Andrew Rafferty, I want to ask you a question, and it goes back to my days as a reporter in North Carolina. And I remember I was full of vinegar and jumped out of a helicopter and peppered an old farmer with a bunch of questions. And when I came back, the news director looked at me and said, I said, I got him. He says, no, you look like a fool. And I said, what do you mean? He said, you didn't give him a chance to speak. And he said, and because you didn't give him a chance to speak, you came across as being arrogant. You came across as being mean and aggressive. And this guy looked good. And I looked at the tape, and the guy, the news director, I regret to say was right. Yeah. I've known the president for a long time, dating back to his days as a senator. Did he bait them? And did they take the bait? Because one of the things that he wanted to do was embrace that character of Dark Brandon, the aggressive guy that was not only going to be able to restore America, but take on...
You're more online and Twitter
bad guys. I know a lot of things about Twitter. Don't get me started on...
Dark Brandon.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait till I talk about MySpace.
Oh, did he
bait him?
I mean, he definitely did when it came to the debt ceiling stuff. And that was probably the most contentious part of it. We just went over just kind of how he got them to stand up and essentially promise not to cut Social Security or Medicare if you're trying to not do any more spending, which has been a red line for Republicans. How do you get there? And that's going to be the most contentious issue in Washington over the next few months. But, Del, I think the rest of the speech was actually pretty kind of he didn't take a lot of chances tonight.
No.
This was Biden 2020. This was, remember,
this was the campaign speech.
Yeah.
This was not a State of the Union speech.
And he did say, you know, it was interesting. Someone noted to me how much he said, let's finish the fight. Yeah. And that certainly is going to be interpreted in a 2024 lens, knowing especially that Republicans now in charge of the House of Representatives aren't going to be finishing many of these fights that Biden laid out today. And so if anything really going to get done, it's either going to be through executive action or come 2024 when maybe Congress looks a little different.
I want to get Jamal Anderson to this conversation tonight. He covers justice here at Scripps News. And Jamal, of late you've been covering Tyree Nichols and his death after the police beating in Memphis, Tennessee. But you've been covering this issue for a decade nearly. When Tyree Nichols' family, the camera cuts to them, their loss is so recent, so raw. Can you speak to that moment?
Yeah, Chance. Well, I think you could see the grief on their face, and it was striking. You know, so often in these kinds of events, the guests of the president have some success story that they're there to tell, and unfortunately, obviously, with Tyree Nichols' family, that was not the case. I think one of the things that's really powerful here is the amount of families that are affected by this issue that were in the chamber today. You know, Tamir Rice's mother was there. Jayland Walker's family was there. Michael Brown, father, was there in D.C. And these are people that have been back and forth to Capitol Hill on multiple occasions. You know, we talk a lot about what happened to George Floyd, but obviously what happened in Ferguson is sort of what was a lot of people's of my generation's introduction to this issue and how powerful it can be. I want to play that moment for you once more when Tyree Nichols' family was acknowledged in the chamber. Watch this.
Joining us tonight are the parents of Tyree Nichols. Welcome. We had to bury Tyree last week. As many of you personally know, there's no words to describe the heartache or grief of losing a child. But imagine if you lost that child at the hands of the law. Imagine having to worry whether your son or daughter came home from walking down the street, playing in the park, or just driving a car. Most of us in here have never had to have the talk that brown and black parents have had to have with their children.
And I think one of the things that is really authentic about what we heard from President Biden there is the talk, because, you know, that's something that I have heard. It's something I plan to pass on to my children. And it's not it's not something that is taken lightly at the black household's dinner table. And so I think he rang true in a lot of those moments when talking about this issue, but it's also important to mention that, you know, he was a part of he was a part of what we saw as sort of the 1994 crime bill, for example. There are clips of President Biden talking about being tough on crime in the 90s, and obviously that is something that is also in a lot of people's minds and something he had to deal with quite a bit in the primary. So to see him come to this moment and try to meet it with Tyree Nichols' family, with George Floyd's family, with Breonna Taylor's family, Ahmaud Arbery's family, I think is really powerful and something that's really interesting to watch, Chance.
You know, as I was watching too, I was wondering what the minority community will think as they heard that speech, whether or not they would be optimistic because he addressed it, or whether they would be frustrated because he had to address it again. You know, like I said earlier in the broadcast, put the George Floyd Policing Act on my desk on the anniversary of his death, and I will sign it into law. That day is now come and gone.
Yeah. Well, you could see Rovon Tyree Nichols' mother, that she said when a standing ovation happened, and she was saying, please, please, and almost this, direct imploring of Republicans to maybe get on board with what Democrats have proposed. Of course, Republicans say, we want to pass this, but we want to pass a different version, so they still can't seem to figure that out. Andrew Rafferty, a lot of this is grand on a night like this, but some of it struck me as small ball. To talk about Ticketmaster, to talk about resort fees, to talk about, now one line as a dad of 2 3-year-olds at home, to say airlines treating your kids like baggage. You have to pay more to sit together as a family. I don't know who wants to sit next to my 3-year-olds, but they'd be paying me to sit next to them.
You tell Ticketmaster Taylor Swift is small ball.
Right, and Beyonce's coming up, but to me, it's small ball, but there must be a strategy behind this.
Yeah, I think this goes into some of the bigger themes of the night, and that is that Biden is doing something. Biden is fighting for you, the little guy, the blue-collar guy and gal, and that this administration is very much on the offensive, especially on issues with the economy. We knew going into tonight that most people, according to surveys, feel like they haven't seen any sort of benefit from the Biden administration, which that drives this White House crazy, because in their mind they got a number of high value, high ticket, a very big legislation done between when he first came into office, the COVID relief fund, to infrastructure, to that health care tax and spending bill, the Inflation Act last year. But just talking about it isn't enough. And I think that's part of the reason why you were going to see Biden and his cabinet members really out and about starting tomorrow, really after this speech, getting out into some of those really key states, those politically important states, places like Florida, Wisconsin, and really trying to sell this message on more of a community level, in addition to just talking about it tonight.
Ellie Bull, you can always tell whether a president was satisfied with his speech or not by how long he lingered in the chambers. And I think he is the last man out, to tell you the truth.
I'm thinking about this on closing time.
I was getting ready to say, I think they just told him that the bar is closing. But Haley, I wanted to ask you, he had 2 goals that he wanted to accomplish with his speech. One was to appear as if he was energetic. The other was to appear as if he was a fighter. Did he manage to accomplish those goals?
I think that's going to be left for the public to decide, and probably depends what political views someone may have. But I think it's fair to say he certainly did appear energetic during this address. You saw that moment that, off script when the Republicans reacted to his comments on Social Security and Medicare, how he rolled with it and declared that, look, it appears they have unity on standing up for seniors. And that was certainly a very memorable moment ahead of the speech. You could see he was energetic heading into the night, saying that he felt good. He thought the State of the Union was strong, kind of doing a little fist shake. And as you mentioned, the time he is lingering heading out of this speech certainly speaks volumes. But while he did call for efforts to work across the aisle and for unity, you also saw where he drew the line, that delineation where he is not willing to compromise. That was on things like prescription costs, on things like any efforts for a nationwide abortion ban, and as he tried to say, was on Social Security or Medicare. But at the end of this, he really outlined a more hopeful and optimistic tone. Let's play that sound with how he wrapped up the address tonight.
So I've come to fulfill my constitutional obligation to report in the State of the Union. And here's my report. Because the soul of this nation is strong, because the backbone of this nation is strong, because the people of this nation are strong, the State of the Union is strong. I'm not new to this place. I stand here tonight having served as long as about any one of you have ever served here. But I've never been more optimistic about our future, about the future of America. We just have to remember who we are.
Republicans over Social Security and Medicare.
Now, here is where it appears the real work really begins, because he's outlined the progress made the past 2 years. He's outlined what he wants to do. But the reality at the end of the day is he does face a divided Congress. So you hear him outlining areas where he believes there is common ground. But, you know, as Andrew mentioned ahead, he is looking to double down on highlighting that progress made on the tour, highlighting his legislation in those battleground states like Florida and Wisconsin. But key to this is the White House says they feel that Americans will feel the impact of that legislation in this year ahead. Del, Chance?
Thank you, Haley. I want to go to Nate Reed right now because he is standing with Tyre Nichols' family, fresh off their State of the Union appearance. Let's go to you, Nate.
Hi there, Chance. So I'm here with Tyre Nichols' family. I just want to ask, what is it like to work through the grief and come here to the State of the Union, be the guest of not only Representative Horsford and Chairman Horsford, but also of President Biden and of First Lady? What's that experience like?
It was a great experience. I never thought that I would be in the White House. Or at the State of the Union, I should say. The president the words were strong that he said, but we need action.
Can you talk to the grief that you feel? It takes an incredible strength to be able to come here and share that story with the American people. What was it like to have the recognition of the president and to be able to share that story? Is it still difficult for you to talk about?
Yes, it is. It's going to always be difficult for me to talk about because that was my son. I have to keep going, though, because I have to get justice for my son, so I have to stay strong, and I just have to keep going. I just have to keep going.
What do you want Congress to do in the wake of this tragedy?
I want them to pass that George Floyd reform bill because there's too many black and brown kids being murdered by the police. And I feel as though if they would have passed it in the beginning, maybe my son would still be here because all he was trying to do was come home. He wasn't bothering anybody or anything. They just decided to target him. And as you all know and seen the video, they beat my son to death.
And Chairman Horsford, what does it mean to bring the family of Tyre Nichols here tonight?
Well, first, it's an honor, but it's a sad circumstance that they're even here. This is not the reason they wanted to be at the State of the Union. There are a lot of people that are at the State of the Union being celebrated. They are experiencing a loss. And I want to thank them for accepting the invitation of the Congressional Black Caucus and the President and the First Lady, but more importantly, for expressing the humanity of Tyre Nichols and everyone else. We don't want anything more than public safety in every community. We want parents to feel safe that their kids can go to a park, that someone could get pulled over for a traffic incident, and that not end in the loss of their life. And so we're calling for accountability, we're calling for public safety, and I want to thank the President for having such a strong message to the American people and to the members of Congress. And I'm glad to see that many Republicans stood when he talked about the need for accountability for families and for communities across America.
I'm going to continue speaking with all of you, but we have to toss right now to the Republican response to the State of the Union, which is beginning momentarily. Chance?
Thank you, Nate, and to Ms. Wells, the whole family. Let's go to the Republican rebuttal. Arkansas Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders. Take a listen.
Huckabee Sanders. Being a mom to 3 young children taught me not to believe every story I hear. So forgive me for not believing much of anything I heard tonight from President Biden. From out-of-control inflation and violent crime to the dangerous border crisis and threat from China. Biden and the Democrats have failed you. They know it, and you know it. And it's time for a change. Tonight, let us reaffirm our commitment to a timeless American idea that government exists not to rule the people, but to serve the people. Democrats want to rule us with more government control, but that's not who we are. America is the greatest country the world has ever known because we're the freest country the world has ever known, with a people who are strong and resilient. 5 months ago, I was diagnosed with thyroid cancer. It was a hard time for our family, particularly our kids, Scarlett, Huck, and George. But we kept our faith and persevered. Thanks to exceptional doctors here in Arkansas, a successful surgery, and the grace of God, I am cancer-free. Through it all, I couldn't help but think about my mom. She was 20 years old and into her first year of marriage when she was diagnosed with spinal cancer. The doctors told her she might not live, and if she did live, they said she'd never walk again. And if she did walk, she'd definitely never have children. The daughter she was told she'd never have was just sworn in as the new governor of Arkansas and is speaking to you tonight. Adversity and fear of the unknown can paralyze us, but faith propels us to charge boldly ahead. We can't stand still in the face of great challenges. You and I were put on this earth for such a time as this, to charge boldly ahead. I'll be the first to admit, President Biden and I don't have a lot in common. I'm for freedom, he's for government control. At 40, I'm the youngest governor in the country. And at 80, he's the oldest president in American history. I'm the first woman to lead my state, and he's the first man to surrender his presidency to a woke mob that can't even tell you what a woman is. In the radical left's America, Washington taxes you and lights your hard-earned money on fire. But you get crushed with high gas prices, empty grocery shelves, and our children are taught to hate one another on account of their race, but not to love one another or our great country. Whether Joe Biden believes this madness or is simply too weak to resist it, his administration has been completely hijacked by the radical left. The dividing line in America is no longer between right or left. The choice is between normal or crazy. It's time for a new generation of Republican leadership. Upon taking office just a few weeks ago, I signed executive orders to ban CRT, racism, and indoctrination in our schools, eliminate the use of derogatory term Latinx in our government, repealed COVID orders, and said never again to authoritarian mandates and shutdowns. Americans want common sense from their leaders, but in Washington, the Biden administration is doubling down on crazy. President Biden inherited the fastest economic recovery on record, the most secure border in history, cheap, abundant, homegrown energy, fast rising wages, a rebuilt military, and a world that was stable and at peace. But over the last 2 years, Democrats destroyed it all. Despite Democrats' trillions in reckless spending and mountains of debt, we now have the worst border crisis in American history. As a mom, my heart breaks for every parent who has lost a son or daughter to addiction. 100,000 Americans a year are now killed from drug overdoses, largely from fentanyl pouring across our southern border. Yet the Biden administration refuses to secure the border and save American lives. And after years of Democrat attacks on law enforcement and calls to defund the police, violent criminals roam free, while law-abiding families live in fear. Beyond our border, from Afghanistan to Ukraine, from North Korea to Iran, President Biden's weakness puts our nation and the world at risk. And the president's refusal to stand up to China, our most formidable adversary, is dangerous and unacceptable. President Biden is unwilling to defend our border, defend our skies, and defend our people. He is simply unfit to serve as commander-in-chief. And while you reap the consequences of their failures, the Biden administration seems more interested in woke fantasies than the hard reality Americans face every day. Most Americans simply want to live their lives in freedom and peace. But we are under attack in a left-wing culture war we didn't start and never wanted to fight. Every day we are told we must partake in their rituals, salute their flags, and worship their false idols. All while big government colludes with big tech to strip away the most American thing there is, your freedom of speech. That's not normal. It's crazy, and it's wrong. Make no mistake, Republicans will not surrender this fight. We will lead with courage and do what's right, not what's politically correct or convenient. Republicans believe in an America where strong families thrive in safe communities, where jobs are abundant and paychecks are rising, where the freedom our veterans shed their blood to defend is the birthright of every man, woman, and child. These are the principles Republican governors are fighting for, and in Washington, under the leadership of Senate Republicans and Speaker Kevin McCarthy, we will hold the Biden administration accountable. Down the street from where I sit is my alma mater, Little Rock Central High. As a student there, I will never forget watching my dad, Governor Mike Huckabee, and President Bill Clinton hold the doors open to the Little Rock Nine. Doors that 40 years earlier had been closed to them because they were black. Today, those children once barred from the schoolhouse are now heroes memorialized in bronze at our State House. I'm proud of the progress our country has made, and I believe giving every child access to a quality education, regardless of their race or income, is the civil rights issue of our day. Tomorrow, I will unveil an education package that will be the most far-reaching, bold, conservative education reform in the country. My plan empowers parents with real choices, improves literacy and career readiness, and helps put a good teacher in every classroom by increasing their starting salary from one of the lowest to one of the highest in the nation. Here in Arkansas and across America, Republicans are working to end the policy of trapping kids in failing schools and sentencing them to a lifetime of poverty. We will educate, not indoctrinate our kids, and put students on a path to success. It's time for a new generation to lead. This is our moment. This is our opportunity. A new generation born in the waning decades of the last century, shaped by economic booms and stock market busts, forged by the triumph of the Cold War and the tragedy of 9/11. A generation brimming with passion and new ideas to solve age-old problems. A generation moored to our deepest values and oldest traditions, yet unafraid to challenge the present order and find a better way forward. If we seize this moment together, America can once again be the land of the free and the home of the brave. During my 2.5 years at the White House, I traveled on every foreign trip with the president. A trip I will never forget was on December 25th of 2018. My husband Brian and I had just cleaned up wrapping paper that was shoved into every corner of our house, thanks to our 3 kids. When I had to walk out on my own family's Christmas, unable to tell them where I was going that night, because the place I'd be traveling was so dangerous, they didn't want anybody to know that the president was going to be on the ground even for a few hours. We boarded Air Force One in complete and total darkness. There were no lights on the plane, no lights on the runway. Our phones and computers shut down and turned in. We were going completely off the grid. Nearly 12 hours later, in the pitch black of night, we landed in the war-torn part of western Iraq. It was again a similar scene. No lights on the plane, no lights on the runway. The only thing you could see was coming from about a mile away in a dining hall where hundreds of troops who were in the fight against ISIS had gathered expecting to celebrate Christmas with senior military leadership from around the region. They had absolutely no idea that the president and first lady were about to walk into that room. And when they did, it was a sight and a scene and a sound I hope I never forget. The room erupted. Men and women from every race, religion, and region, every political party, every demographic you can imagine, started chanting in perfect unison over and over and over again, USA, USA, USA. It was an absolutely perfect picture of what makes our country great. One of the young soldiers yelled from the back, "Mr. President, I re-enlisted in the military because of you." And the president said, "And son, I'm here because of you." Shortly after, that young soldier came up to me. He said, "Sarah, you have a tough job." I told him, "What I do is nothing. You take bombs and bullets. That's a tough job." And in a moment that I know I'll cherish for the rest of my life, that soldier reached up and he pulled the Brave Rifles patch he wore on his shoulder, and he placed it into my hand, a sign of ultimate respect. And he said, "Sarah, we are in this together." Overwhelmed with emotion and speechless, I just hugged him with tears in my eyes and a grateful heart for our heroes who keep us free. That young man and everyone who has served before him, all of those who serve alongside him, and the thousands we know who will be called upon to serve after him, deserve to know they have a country and a community back home doing our part in the fight for freedom. America is great because we are free. But today, our freedom is under attack, and the America we love is in danger. President Biden and the Democrats have failed you, and it's time for a change. A new generation of Republican leaders are stepping up, not to be caretakers of the status quo, but to be change makers for the American people. We know not what the future holds, but we know who holds the future in his hands. And with God as our witness, we will show the world that America is still the place where freedom reigns and liberty will never die. Thank you. God bless you, and God bless America.
Tonight, President Biden delivering his State of the Union address to a joint session of Congress, underscoring what he sees as his successes over the past 2 years on the job. 2 more to go, at least. Good evening. Thank you for being with us in Washington. I'm Chance Seals, just across the street from the U.S. Capitol. Our live team coverage of the State of the Union address here on Scripps News continues here for the next hour. Special edition of Scripps News Report. We appreciate you being with us, and we have teams spread across the country. A few minutes ago, the president wrapped up his State of the Union address in front of a raucous Congress. Raucous for sure, that's the word. He touched on all of his favorite topics: infrastructure, lower unemployment, climate change, tax structure, the deficit, Social Security, and more. And through it all, he kept coming back to the word bipartisanship, calling for more.
You know, we're often told that Democrats and Republicans can't work together. But over the past 2 years, we've proved the cynics and naysayers wrong. Yes, we disagreed plenty. And yes, there were times when Democrats went alone. But time and again, Democrats and Republicans came together to defend a stronger and safer Europe.
The Republicans, represented by Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders of Arkansas, had a very different take on things tonight. She was particularly critical of President Biden's foreign relation policies. Listen.
Beyond our border from Afghanistan to Ukraine, from North Korea to Iran, President Biden's weakness puts our nation and the world at risk. And the president's refusal to stand up to China, our most formidable adversary, is dangerous and unacceptable. President Biden is unwilling to defend our border, defend our skies, and defend our people. He is simply unfit to serve as commander-in-chief.
We have a team of our correspondents tonight on tap to bring you analysis of the president's address and how it impacts individual communities. Our coverage is designed to be different than what you see other places. Our reporters live and work in the communities they are covering tonight. We pride ourselves on bringing you a diverse set of viewpoints and stories, a commitment we are leaning into tonight. So let's start here in Washington. We're joined by Scripps News White House correspondent Haley Bull and Scripps News political director Andrew Rafferty. Listening to those two people speak, you know, I was thinking of a Waze map. You put in a destination, you get a few different routes there. They have different routes of how we get where we want to go, and they all land at that same point. America is exceptional. We're great. We got to get back to our roots. So, Haley, at the White House tonight, the president is back at home. A lot of focus on home across America, what it means to 360 million Americans to be home, to feel home, to be successful. And he returned to that a few times to say, wherever you are, whoever you are, you can have that in America.
Yeah, and that ties back into his agenda and his policy, looking to rebuild the middle class, calling it the backbone of the country. The top line here, he said flatly that the State of the Union is strong in this address that really sets the tone for the next year and perhaps his political future with 2024 in the backdrop of all of this. But as you mentioned, that top focus centered on his economic agenda, which he touted through markers like the unemployment rate, wages and job growth, as well as the impact from some of the landmark legislation his administration has seen passed, things like the CHIPS Act and the infrastructure law, and explaining how that has helped create jobs and bring manufacturing back to the U.S. And those are ideas he will continue after today as he takes his message on the road this week to places like Wisconsin and Florida. Take a listen.
I ran for president to fundamentally change things, to make sure our economy works for everyone, so we can all feel that pride in what we do. To build an economy from the bottom up and the middle out, not from the top down. Because when the middle class does well, the poor have a ladder up, and the wealthy still do very well. We all do well. I know a lot of you always kid me for always quoting my dad, but my dad used to say, Joey, a job's about a lot more than a paycheck. He really would say this. It's about a lot more than a paycheck. It's about your dignity. It's about respect. It's about being able to look your kid in the eye and say, honey, it's going to be okay, and mean it.
And he defined this strategy as one that is fiscally responsible, calling on Congress to raise the debt limit and going on to define where the limits in working across the aisle may be. Things like any effort at a nationwide abortion ban or raising health care costs. But at the same time, he focused on areas where they could potentially find common ground. Issues included in his unity agenda, things like cancer and veterans affairs. The reality is that he does face a divided Congress going forward, but the president at the end of this keeping an optimistic tone, expressing hope for the country moving forward. Chance.
Haley Bull at the White House tonight. We appreciate it. So, Andrew Rafferty, the president, he was energetic. His elocution was there. Yeah. This was not a mumbled speech. And now they're going on tour. Mm-hmm. You know, it's hard to get people to do somersaults about semiconductors, let's say, but it's important. And so part of this is, yes, you can brag about what you've done, but you also have to connect these dots for people as you go on tour to say, here's what I'm bringing. And he kept returning to one word, and that was pride. Do you think that was intentional, pride?
Oh, absolutely. And I think this was a speech that was kind of quintessential Joe Biden. You heard him talk about the little guy in that clip that we just played, the blue-collar worker, the parts of the country who feel forgotten when talking about how the economy has evolved and the groups of areas of the country that really need more attention. And that's kind of what Joe Biden was really set out to do going into tonight. We knew that this was going to be a speech that was very much focused on sort of highlighting the positive economic news this White House feels has happened over the past couple months between the job growth and low unemployment. But you're right, no one's going to wake up tomorrow and think like, you know, I was on the fence about Joe Biden, but after last night, this was my guy. Right. This was much more of what we saw in 2020, where he focused on compromise, focused on stuff that really had a broad appeal, taxing the wealthy, fighting for even, we talked about Ticketmaster or some of these hotel fees, stuff like that, stuff that's really not controversial. There was a little bit of that. This was much more geared towards those sort of independent, on-the-fence voters, not really the Democratic base of voters, but he needs to get them at some point if he wants to run again.
You talked about the Joe Biden of 2020. I was wondering, are we seeing the Joe Biden of 2024 here? That he wants to say, not only have I done some stuff, I want to do more. And he seemed to want to exude vitality. He's 80 years old. Yeah. He knows it. Everybody knows it. And in a way, he seemed to be making a statement. Yeah. I got it in me.
Yeah, no, and I think if we want to see that Joe Biden of 2025 still in the White House, if you're somebody who wants that, there has to be some sort of connection made between what we're hearing, what we heard tonight, and what people are feeling in their day-to-day lives. That's part of why the White House is going on the road, not just Joe Biden, but his top cabinet members, and it's part of why they have had such a struggle so far to get that connection made, because we know surveys show time and time again that American people say they are not feeling the impact of this agenda in their day-to-day life.
Andrew Rafferty, thank you as always. I'll see you in a bit. All right, let's go inside the Capitol tonight. Nate Reed is there. Nate Reed covers the Capitol sun up to sundown every day here at Scripps News, and a little bit after sundown tonight. Nate, I gotta say, it seems like, you remember Walsh a few years ago with You Lie? Remember there was a whole kerfuffle about Alito just mumbling to himself, not true, about Obama. Tonight, I mean, it was like being in a theater, and people were participating in this speech. You saw Kevin McCarthy shush his members, I think Marjorie Taylor Greene. What is the feeling there?
Well, I mean, look, I think that you made an excellent point. Tonight sounded a lot more like the House of Commons in the UK than it did a normal State of the Union address where members are fairly silent, despite, you know, the usual applause or boos. Even boos are fairly atypical. Usually people are just silent when they don't agree with the point that's being made. But we did see a lot of reaction from Republicans. And though there was some applause, and I just spoke with a number of Republicans who touted that President Biden did tout several of the bipartisan priorities that they, in fact, voted for, that they supported, but there still was a lot of disagreement tonight. And I think one of the areas of disagreement we haven't even begun to see the tip of the iceberg yet, dealing with the debt ceiling. While President Biden acknowledged tonight that Republicans have taken cuts to Medicare and Social Security off the table when it comes to trying to find some solution to the debt ceiling crisis, there still are questions over how those cuts can be made that Republicans have requested in order to satisfy rising the debt ceiling and then also cutting the deficit, something that Republicans desperately want to do. Biden made one proposal, though, which I found fairly interesting, and I think a number of Republicans will find quite interesting as well. Let's listen.
Let's sit down together and discuss our mutual plans together. Let's do that. The plan I'm going to show you is going to cut the deficit by another $2 trillion. And it won't cut a single bit of Medicare or Social Security. In fact, we're going to extend the Medicare Trust Fund at least 2 decades, because that's going to be the next argument. How do we keep it solvent, right? Well, we'll not raise tax on anyone making under 400 grand, but we'll pay for it the way we talked about tonight, by making sure that the wealthy and big corporations pay their fair share.
I can tell you the odds of raising taxes on the wealthy and corporations in order to pay for some of the deficit cuts that President Biden and congressional Republicans appear keen to reaching some sort of agreement on is pretty much going to be off the table. Republicans are not interested in increasing taxes in order to reach this these cuts that they're looking to make. That's something that Kevin McCarthy made clear earlier today, although, frankly, that is more or less the Republican position. They largely were in opposition to the changes to the tax code that Democrats made as part of the Inflation Reduction Act, and every indication suggests that they'd be against any sort of changes to the tax code moving forward, even if it is to pay for reducing the deficit. So that's one area where Democrats and Republicans really not going to see eye to eye during this negotiation.
Yeah. And time's a ticking, yet they're dug in. Then on other things, you wonder, can something be done? Every president for the last, 5 administrations have said, let's fix the cost of prescription drugs. We're going to get it done. And a lot of Americans are wondering, can you just get that done? So let's see. Let's see if they make any progress. Nate Reed, can you keep us posted on that too? We appreciate it. We'll check back in tonight. All right, we want to take a moment to welcome viewers joining us for the first time maybe through a lot of our Scripps News local streaming apps. Scripps News is straightforward. We are fair. We pride ourselves on that. We're here 24/7, free on every major streaming device and over-the-air broadcast. So you can learn more at scripsnews.com. I'm usually here at 8 p.m. Eastern every night, so, sit down, have dinner. We'll be together. All right, we've got much more ahead tonight, including a roundtable with 2 political strategists about the president's speech. What'd they hear? What did they not? And one of the most poignant moments, the parents of Tyree Nichols in attendance. We're going to have what the president had to say on police reform right after this. 2023 State of the Union Address. Joining me now to talk about what we heard, what we maybe didn't, is Democratic strategist Crystal Knight and Raven Harrison, a Republican strategist. Crystal, let me start with you. We heard from the president tonight. He talked about nearly everything under the sun that can be meaningful to an American. One theme he came back to again and again, senior citizens. 65 and up in this country. He talked about Medicare, protecting Social Security. He talked about prescription costs. Do you think that his message was effective with seniors? Because they are the reliable voters. They will show up on Election Day.
Absolutely. I think, seniors continue to be the base of voting across this country. I don't care if it's Democrats or Republicans. And when you think about the cost of insulin, which the president talked about capping at $35 for seniors, but also capping insulin at $35 for many Americans across this country, I absolutely believe that's something that will hit home with many seniors across the nation. He also spoke about expanding Medicaid, which is something that many seniors and young folks or whomever, people just generally rely on. And he asked for both parties to agree that they would support that type of legislation. And so while you heard many of the Republicans booing him, he also called to action that they would not block this particular part of the legislation that he's pushing forward because it's protecting vulnerable citizens in this country.
Raven, this was a very interactive speech. I've never seen a State of the Union like this. A lot of Republicans were extremely vocal. Marjorie Taylor Greene was calling the president a liar. You can see her lips moving. What was so objectionable about the speech? I know that people have policy differences, but do you think there was something particularly objectionable tonight?
Yes, I would say that it's that as a whole, Joe Biden tends to have a head start of the truth. The numbers just aren't there. It wasn't the policy of protecting seniors that Republicans were against. It's the enormous spending. He gave numbers that just simply are not accurate. He said that he created 12 million jobs. We lost 22 million jobs. 22 million and one if you include the Ukrainian prosecutor he had fired for looking into his son's corruption. So the numbers just aren't there. We wanted real common sense numbers. What are the job numbers, not the ones who are being paid to sit home and continue to collect pandemic benefits. That's what we're talking about. Let's talk with the real numbers so we can get real solutions. That's what you heard. I feel like it should have been done in a little bit more dignified way because I thought he started his speech very, very well. Just we are having a problem with this math, and he seems to have an issue with math and numbers.
Crystal, it is not every day that you see a standing ovation for the word highways. But infrastructure got a standing ovation tonight in that chamber. And we heard so many kitchen table issues, from college to job to training. In some of these moments that people return to, I was going back to my notes, things like COVID being gone. I took some extensive notes for myself. Semiconductors came up. One thing that seemed to maybe be unifying was China. But I want to return to something I just said to Nate Reed. We hear every president talk about prescription drugs. They cost too much. Everybody in this country knows that, and every president says that. Do you think Democrats should hold the White House's feet to the fire on actually making something happen on that this time around?
Absolutely. I think the Democratic Party should hold the Biden administration to all of the things that he touted in his speech tonight. He not only talked about health care, but he talked about, as you mentioned, infrastructure. He talked a lot about manufacturing and making sure that things are actually made here in America, that the supply chain begins at the point of its inception here in America. And so that's something that both parties, quite frankly, have to go back to the president and say when, state governments and local governments are providing incentives and federal incentives for manufacturing companies or, just job creators in general. We have to make sure that those types of policies actually help American citizens, because it goes right back to the jobs numbers, which is what the other guest was just speaking about. And it also goes back to what President Biden spoke about at the top of his speech about this job creation portal, where if we don't have American-made jobs here, if we don't have jobs or people who are serious about creating jobs backed by, specific policy legislation, then we cannot hold his feet to the fire. And so absolutely, I think any and everything that the president put on the table tonight, the Democratic Party, along with the Republican Party, they have to hold this president and this administration accountable for it.
Raven, we heard the Republican response from Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders. She was personal. She talked about being a cancer survivor, a mother, a daughter, and she seems to have aspirations of higher office, perhaps. When she's talking about the president and her perceived failures, I'm going to reference my notes again. She said, "I'm for freedom, Biden's for government control." She talked about surrendering to a woke mob, kids being taught to hate each other based on race, the radical left hijacking the White House. It seems culture war is going to be on the menu for 2024. When she's talking about those things, who is she speaking to? Does that touch moderates?
I think it touched moderates and Republicans alike. She's speaking to the base. I mean, there were polls that came out today that said 68% of not just Democrats, but Americans do not want Biden to run again. What she's talking about are, him mandating vaccines on people. He actually made a moment in his speech where he said kids should not be treated like baggage. Well, they shouldn't be treated like lab rats either. So you have to be careful when you are on these kitchen table issues. He also spoke about Social Security, which I thought was interesting because he is the senator who proposed taxing Social Security. It was not taxed before Joe Biden, as a senator, introduced that into, so now it is being taxed and decimated. These have decimated the middle class. They're teaching CRT that certain groups are oppressors and some are oppressed, and we need to get back to the brass tacks. So I think what she's trying to say is, that is the Republican doctrine: limited government, more power to the people, freedom. And he spoke a lot about, democracy. We are a constitutional republic. And that's an important factor right now, is we have to remain in touch. We have to listen, but we also have to stop spending. Republicans are primarily for fiscal responsibility and continuing to raise the debt ceiling. He proposed a lot of spending and no way to pay for this. Raising the debt ceiling is not fiscal responsibility.
We saw it climb under Trump. Every previous president, we keep seeing that, and then they'll be hashing out the debt fight. All right, political strategist Crystal Knight, Raven Harrison, thank you very much for your time. In attendance at the invitation of the president tonight was Tyree Nichols' parents. Tyree Nichols died after being beaten by police in the streets of Memphis. We want to bring in Scripps News Justice correspondent Jamal Andrus joining us live. Jamal, you covered this case so closely, but all the previous cases before that involving police. And there was this really powerful moment during the speech with the president acknowledging the family, their loss. Rovon Wells, the mother, saying basically do something. When it comes to doing something, what does that look like? What does the president want?
Yeah. Well, there are a lot of things, and I think it's always important to remember that these things happen in two different tiers. So where the president is operating is on that federal level, and that is the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act that we've heard so much about. Has those features like ending qualified immunity, that National Police Misconduct Registry, and several other things that specifically apply to those federal officers and federal cases. And then there is the local level, where we've seen a lot of experimentation around police reform and things that the president has been very supportive of, and he can support with federal dollars and federal grants. Things like pairing those mental health professionals with police officers to handle mental health emergencies that are typically on the other end of 911 calls. We've seen that sort of thing not only in Eugene, Oregon, but right here in Dallas, Texas. We've also seen this idea that some jurisdictions are getting rid of those misdemeanor traffic stops, that have in the past led to tragic deaths, though the deaths of Patrick Leoya and Philando Castile. And so moving to a system where someone besides an armed police officer is actually the one that is interacting with those officers. But I should also mention, you know, despite the fact that the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act has not made it to Biden's desk, he has put in place a police reform executive order. And that executive order tackles a lot of the things that would have been in the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act, you know, banning chokeholds from federal officers, making sure that every officer has a body camera, and at some point in the near future, getting that National Misconduct Registry off the ground. It was supposed to be published in January of 2023, and the Biden administration missed that deadline. So we'll have to see exactly what comes later. But again, we have seen quite a few efforts from this administration to move forward in this space. Obviously, this administration is, whether it likes it or not, tied to one of the largest uprisings this country has seen in regards to police reform and police brutality, in the same way that the Obama administration is tied to those mass shootings we all remember in Sandy Hook and in Charleston. I think the Biden administration will always be tied to those names: George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Elijah McClain, and others.
It's helpful to get some of those specifics, because I read the White House white paper that came out, and they talked about, you know, we got to make it more fair by law. We have to make it more effective by law. And those things are always kind of nebulous. And so to actually understand what they're saying is helpful. Justice Correspondent Jamal Andrus, live with us tonight from Dallas. Thank you so much. We are talking economy when we come back. Number one issue for Americans. What was said, how to play, next. Special State of the Union coverage continues now. The economy is the topic for millions of Americans. And of course, President Biden spoke about it tonight. Scripps News national political correspondents Joe St. George and Alex Miller join me now to talk the big issue. Joe, strengthening our economy. Pew just asked Americans, what's your number one issue? What should the presidents be? Far and away, strengthening our economy was there. We heard him touch on the economy. How did he handle that?
Well, you know, I think for the typical American, who, let's be real, this speech was not meant for you, Chance, or for you, Alex, or for me to dissect. It was meant for that American who maybe this is the only speech they listen to in an entire calendar year from start to finish from the President of the United States. If you ask that individual, what were they listening to? Okay, how does this impact my family's finances? How does this impact my wallet? And the president was able to get a couple lines out that I think did resonate. One, he mentioned jobs, 12 million jobs in his administration. He reiterated that unemployment's the lowest since 1969. But people are still feeling this, Chance. You know this, you know this, Alex, when they go to the egg aisle at the grocery store in Cleveland or in Detroit or somewhere else. Quite frankly, I think some of the biggest stories that's going to come out of this town involving the economy has nothing to do with Congress over the coming weeks and months. One, into this month, Supreme Court will hear oral arguments in the student loan debate. That's going to be a big deal, especially for young people with student debt. And then the Federal Reserve, they keep raising interest rates over the course of 2023. People are feeling that with their credit cards every time they swipe. So we'll be watching this, following this very carefully, obviously.
Yeah, mortgages, student loan pay, everybody has a payment, and they're wondering when is it due and how much is it going to be. Alex, tonight we heard the president, and during the midterms, every week you were in a new city. And it seemed like the president did that in his speech tonight. We were in Ohio. We were talking about iron workers. He brought up Missouri, my home state. And he kept going back to the theme of pride. And it's kind of an old-fashioned idea of being proud to be an American. That resonates, I think, right?
It does. And not only was that 2018 getting out, stumping for a lot of these candidates, but this was 2020, quintessential Joe Biden 2020. I mean, there were pieces of the speech tonight that I remember hearing sitting in his town halls across the country. He talked a lot about, you know, that life, it's important to be able to talk to your family and say everything is going to be okay. Yes. I mean, he reiterated a lot of these concerns. And the other thing that he spent a lot of time doing was talking about the small things. You talked about this a little bit earlier tonight. And while the economy is this big idea that a lot of people, the average American, has trouble wrapping their mind around, the little things like paying extra fees, getting rid of late fees, overdraft fees, these are things that affect people on a daily basis. And so for people that might have had their eyes glaze over when you're talking about the debt ceiling, when they can pick out something that maybe actually does impact them on a daily basis and be able to say, okay, the president is paying attention to something small, those things actually have a bigger impact when you think, as Joe said, maybe not everyone is watching every speech that he gives. This helps. But one thing I did think was interesting that he didn't kind of tie together was equality in the economy, right? Like, he didn't spend a lot of time talking about abortion, talking about equal rights issues in the way that they affect the economy. People who are not able to obtain an abortion, that affects them economically. Being able to go from state to state, those things have an impact on your ability to go up in the system. And I think that he could have tied in economic justice, environmental justice in that way to touch other people in ways that maybe they didn't feel connected if they're not living in a small town.
They might have tested that, and it might have not pulled very well with the middle, maybe. Education, another thing that can certainly help people climb their way up the economic ladder. Joe St. George, Alex Miller, thank you so much. I can't believe you're not wearing socks. It's freezing out here.
Today. I'm sorry.
Okay. A key official in the U.S. Capitol has come under fire for a series of alleged offenses ranging from misusing government property to impersonating a law enforcement officer. His name is J. Brett Blanton, and he is the architect of the Capitol. That's an important job, in charge of maintaining and securing some of our most iconic buildings. This past fall, an Inspector General's report detailed serious allegations against him, and all these months later, Blanton has still not publicly addressed those charges. Here's Patrick Terpstra with an early look at his investigation.
When the details of the Inspector General's report came out, it was a stunning condemnation of a sitting government official, beginning with charges that Blanton allowed his family to drive law enforcement-equipped vehicles outfitted with lights and sirens and intended for work use only as personal family cars, driving them to South Carolina and Florida for vacation, and on a weekend trip to a craft brewery where one of the vehicles was involved in a fender bender. The report says Blanton told the other driver he was an agent and that the government would handle the insurance claim. The repairs cost U.S. taxpayers just over $1,400. Months after these allegations came out, Blanton has not publicly addressed the report's charges. Education and labor. So we went to the Capitol to see if we could track down some answers.
Hi. Patrick Terpstra with Scripps News. We're trying to get in touch with Mr. Blanton if he's available.
I'm not sure if he's in today.
Brett Blanton will not be able to stay silent about these allegations much longer. That's because on Thursday, he is expected to testify on Capitol Hill at one of the committees that has oversight jurisdiction over the architect of the Capitol.
Patrick, thank you. And before that, you can see his full report Wednesday night on Scripps News Reports, 8 p.m. Eastern. Okay, so that's tomorrow night. Join us for that. Lots of talk tonight from the president on Ukraine, China. He got revved up when he said Xi Jinping, his take on issues abroad, and also possible solutions on our southern border. Next. continues our Scripps News Special coverage of the 2023 State of the Union Address. Presidents, they get a lot of attention at home for domestic policies, but a big part of their job, maybe most of it, is working with issues happening abroad. So tonight, the president spoke about Ukraine, he spoke about China, Russia, and several other issues. Let's bring in Scripps News national security correspondent Sasha Ingber joining us live tonight here on Capitol Hill. And also we have John Moan on the border in Brownsville, Texas tonight. We'll be talking immigration. But Sasha, the time you actually saw the president most worked up tonight, he almost growled the name Xi Jinping, saying, does anybody else want to be him? I mean, those were some strong feelings on display, and this seemed to be a unifying issue of everybody seemed to say China is a problem. What did you make of what he said?
It was an incredibly powerful moment. He was almost shouting. It was a very different tenor than the rest of the speech. And I do think that there is bipartisan support. Both the Democrats and the Republicans realize that China poses a threat militarily, economically, but the question is, how do you go about really differentiating how you would enact the policies to compete with China, to protect against China? Republicans typically take a much more hawkish approach. For instance, with the Chinese spy balloon that we saw just a few days ago, Republicans had been calling for it to immediately be shot down and criticized the Biden administration for their for taking the time there. And Democrats often try to make out this sort of this approach where there's common ground, climate change, perhaps North Korea, pandemic response. They want to try to find these areas. There's also more emphasis on diplomacy. Republicans really want to step up the military strength and more modernization than what we have so far seen in recent years. So that's where we see a real divide here. Right. But when Biden said who would want to take Xi's place, the other context here is the zero COVID policy did not work. There are so many people who have been getting sick. The economy has slowed, and there were protests. And that makes it incredibly difficult, because what it means is that some of that authority that she currently has as a person who essentially has no real opposition, it still puts his power into question. He's more isolated with Russia as an ally, with Russia having then...
not doing so hard.
Yeah, exactly.
Which authority is kind of crucial if you're an authoritarian. Yeah, saying that that's not such a great position to be in. And yeah, the Republicans, the issue has been kind of, it's black or white, whereas Democrats are trying to look for some gray. Where can we work together? How about on the border tonight? John Moan, you live in Texas, you cover the border, you're there so frequently, talking to people on both sides and also both sides of the issue. Tonight, when the president brought up the border and the migration crisis that we've been experiencing, you heard chants of secure the border. And the parties are clearly divided on this. We were seeing, most evidently tonight that I've ever seen it, where the border is being tied to the fentanyl crisis. And so that's something that in 2024 we might see more of. Is there a path forward?
I mean, look, the fact of the matter is people who are very concerned about border security will consistently conflate the movement of people and drugs. Yes, the cartels have a hand in both the smuggling of people, because smugglers have to pay the cartels essentially a gate fee, a tribute, when they move people across the Rio Grande. And the cartels are responsible for moving illegal drugs into the United States, the most scurrilous being of fentanyl. The fact of the matter is, though, in terms of border policy from president to president, going back from Ronald Reagan, the fact of the matter is it's been inertia. It's always been a reaction to the facts at hand, to the matter at hand. We haven't had an actual change of border and immigration law since the days of Ronald Reagan. And President Biden was asking Congress to change things in the law. Why don't we have a listen to some of the things he said about what he believes the administration is doing right.
We now have a record number of personnel working to secure the border, arresting 8,000 human smugglers, seizing over 23,000 pounds of fentanyl in just the last several months. We've launched a new border plan last month. Unlawful migration from Cuba Haiti, Nicaragua, and Venezuela has come down 97% as a consequence of that. But American border problems won't be fixed until Congress acts. If we don't pass my comprehensive immigration reform, at least pass my plan to provide the equipment and officers to secure the border. And a pathway to citizenship for dreamers, those on temporary status, farm workers, essential workers.
Yeah, and again, the fact of the matter is the law hasn't changed since 1986. The through line is inertia. It's always a reaction to what's happening. That's essentially been the through line of border policy in the United States.
John Moan live on the border tonight with U.S. and Mexico. National Security Correspondent Sasha Ingber with me live here in D.C. Thank you guys so much. We're back in a moment. like he's going to. The bumper stickers, they being printed?
Well, you know, there's the long term and there's the short term here, and we know that in the short term,
Joe Biden's political future. He's going to be taking his message on the road. After this speech, he is going to be, and members of his cabinet are going to be hitting the road, going to about 20 different states, sort of touting his economic achievements. But you're right, Joe Biden is walking a razor's edge here. He is trying to paint an optimistic picture while at the same time trying to appeal to Americans who may be dealing with higher gas prices, the cost of child care, maybe worries about being able to afford groceries. And he's facing some very daunting numbers. We've seen that his approval rating is in the low 40s. We've talked about that, but also recent polling showing that members of his own party, 62% of Democrats, say they do not want him to run in 2024. And we also have to remember that his political future is clouded a little bit by investigations. The Attorney General, of course, appointing a special counsel to investigate the president's handling of classified documents. But Joe Biden certainly made his pitch tonight. He made listed his lists of accomplishments to a large audience. And if past ratings are a guide, he probably reached around 40 million people tonight. So he seemed to handle the sparring very well, considering his age. If he were to win re-election, he would be 81 years old just a couple weeks after that election. So clearly Joe Biden made the case tonight for a second term. He said, we have been sent here to finish the job. The question now, Chance, is will they give him that chance?
He looked and sounded like a candidate tonight. Will he be a barnstormer? Let's see. Clayton Tindell, thank you. We'll be right back. Tradition, we got to close out the night with Scripps News political director Andrew Rafferty. Andrew, can you write us the headline?
Biden strikes bipartisan tone while touting economic gains. Republicans are not having it.
You were ready for that.
Well, you kind of told me. You gave me a little preview before.
And we heard very different things from Sarah Huckabee Sanders and the president.
I know. When we talk about 2024, this might be a pretty good kind of roadmap of what that could look like. You heard Biden talking about the economy, focusing on really populist message, blue collar, some of the little guy, the average Joes. Sarah Huckabee Sanders, very focused on culture wars, very focused on some stuff, not a whole lot of economy, some of those other big issues that we hear talk about.
Off to the races.
Governors, often, yes.
All right, that does it for us. I'm Chance Seals live in Washington. For all of us here at Scripps News Reports and Scripps News across the country, have a great night.
In this episode of In the Loop, credit card debt is on the rise. We look into how to dig yourself out if you feel buried.
They say credit cards are like power tools. They could be really useful or they could be dangerous.
Plus, more vaccine news, only this time it's for bees. And lucky for them, no needles required. We'll tell you more about this breakthrough treatment that's creating a big buzz. This is In the Loop. I'm Christian Bryant. It's no secret that the past few years have been hard on our planet as it deals with the increasing effects of climate change. When it comes to weather extremes and how that can and has impacted us, it's not just damage to infrastructure we have to worry about. For example, extreme heat events have been shown to trigger heat strokes, while extreme cold can cause heart attacks. In fact, recent research has shown that about 1 in 100 heart disease fatalities are linked to extreme weather events. But there are also impacts that are harder to observe, but just as noteworthy. One example is climate anxiety, which is affecting a growing number of Americans.
Climate anxiety specifically refers to the environmental damage and human toll that will be brought on and already is being brought on by climate change itself, a really specific environmental problem. It touches a lot of different environmental issues, but it is more specifically around climate change.
That's Sarah Jaquette Ray, chair of the Environmental Studies Department at Cal Poly Humboldt and author of A Field Guide to Climate Anxiety.